you. Let's have our seats. So make sure you have a space, very comfortable seat, and make sure if there is an empty seat where you are, as our colleagues comes in, you will be able to just raise your hand so that they can be able to see where they can be able to sit. We have our programs for the day on the table, so make sure you have a copy of the program. We shall be referring to it as we proceed. It's indeed a great honor as we begin this day. I think I'm happy we are already a quorum to begin, so we'll not wait anymore to be 100%. The rest will find us on the way. We'll have some people joining us virtually, so a virtual platform for those who are not able to come in physically to be with us here in person. The day is an exciting day because the topic of the discussion is very exciting. As you can see from the theme of the discussion, we are talking about First National Conference on the privatization of education in Kenya. And I know most of us are asking, who? Are we now talking about taking everything to private sector? Where is our public schools? Where is our public space going to be? The conversation, in fact, is going to help us understand that. And this is why we are here as stakeholders in the education sector. And I'm happy that we are all here as stakeholders because we are diverse. We have children all the way from primary school, secondary, university, and colleges. We have parents in the room. We have people from the community who work with us in the community. We have teachers in the room. We have officials or public servants from various departments who are joining us in the room. We have colleagues from the civil sphere because we have to do publications, we have to do communications. So please make sure you sign our media consent form. They are around so that you are giving us permission for the use and for the coverage for the media. We'll have mainstream media will also be joining us. So the program is packed, but we shall be able to get through. If you need any support, our team is at the reception on the registration desk. Please make sure you inquire. Our wash facilities, as you walk out, you turn just behind this wall. There are stairs here, so they will take you to the washrooms. All gents and ladies will be there. We shall have our tea break just behind that door. So the setup will be done there. So we'll walk out through that door. We'll have our tea break there. We'll have our lunch on the first floor. Will be directed. So we'll have our lunch on the first floor. So 10 o'clock, 10:30 and 4 p.m. tea will be served here, but lunch will be served at the first floor, the top. Is that clear? Are we ready to move? Are we happy to be here? I can't hear. Are we happy to be here? That yes is not enough. Oh. Are we ready? Are we happy? Are we confused? Good. Privatization, an opportunity or a threat to equity and inclusive quality education in Kenya. So there are two key words there. Is it a threat? Is it an opportunity? So we are going to have an objective discussion. We are not saying this is bad, this is right. But it's an objective discussion that's going to be aligned with the conversation that's going on in Kenya, which most of us are alive to. The issues that are happening in our schools. The issues of capitation, the issues of teachers, the issues of school fees. Those conversations are aligning here, and we are asking ourselves, are we paying tax? Yes. If we are paying tax, what should be the purpose of our tax? Should our tax serve as citizens, or should we pay tax and also take our children to a school and pay? Those are some of the reflections that we need to be mindful as we have this conversation. So it's an open conversation that we want to listen to each other. We want to share. We want to hear the voices of children. What is their experience? What is their call to the government of Kenya? We want to hear from our fellow students in the universities. What is it that they are asking the Kenyan government? We want to hear from the civil society organizations in the room, the stakeholders, the duty bearers. What is it that is happening? Sometimes things are happening, but we are not aware. So this is a conversation that needs to also clarify some of those things. Allow me to just read very few opening remarks that I want to use to put us into perspective in this conversation. Karibu sana, Madam Rotich. So, first National Conference on Privatization of Education in Kenya, an opportunity or a threat to equity and inclusive quality education for all. Ladies and gentlemen, with due respect to all protocols, allow me to officially welcome you all. Karibu sana. That's one of our board members at Each Rights. So allow me to welcome you all with all protocols observed. And thank you for taking this opportunity to be here and to be part of this conversation in Kenya regarding public education. I begin by saying this: education is not a privilege. It is a right that is guaranteed in the Constitution. And as I echo Nelson Mandela's words, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. The main aim of this first national conference on the privatization of education in Kenya is to spark a national conversation which is geared towards building a strong social movement that will be able to champion a strong tax space, social contract in the education sector. When we speak about building a strong tax social contract or social space in the education sector, we are speaking about justice. It means that every shilling collected from a Kenyan citizen is invested in a transparent manner and equitably so that it can be able to serve all the children of Kenya without any being left behind. As the former UN Secretary General Kofi Annan said, knowledge is power, information is liberating, education is the premise for progress. Welcome, colleagues. In every society and in every family, so it is that education is a function of investment. We all invest in education, and that investment must come back to serve the citizens. Ending education inequality, therefore, demands a right-based approach. An approach that recognizes that all Kenyan children are equal, regardless of where they are born, their religion, or the income of their families, and all have a claim to quality education. A strong social contract in taxation and education financing is how we make this a reality, not just a dream for Kenyans. By turning public resources into the public good and public good into equal opportunity. I therefore call upon all of us as we engage objectively to make this conference a stepping stone that will push for a common agenda on quality, accountable, and inclusive education for all. It is a conference for all education stakeholders. None has been left behind. And this is the call that we need for all of us, because it means that we all take responsibilities at our various levels, and we are all accountable to each other, and we shall be able to hold those who have been mandated to account Whether you are a learner, you are a parent, you are a teacher, you are a state duty bearer, we shall hold you accountable because it's a responsibility that we all carry. I welcome you once more into this meeting and have a very deliberate, objective discussion. Thank you. So I want to welcome an officer from the ministry to officially, because we've not declared this meeting officially open, because I don't have the power, but there is a representation from the ministry who wants to give us that opportunity to officially declare this meeting open so that we can have an objective discussion. So karibu sana madam. Tora.
Good morning. Our representatives from the Ministry of Education. We have adult education represented here, higher education, basic education. We have teachers, we have our learners, civil society organizations, Kenya National Union for Teachers, our partners in the space of education, and everybody here present, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is indeed a pleasure to be opening this very important meeting, the first national conference on privatization of education. And our theme, which is very important and I believe will form the basis for our discussion today, is private education. Is it a threat or an opportunity to equity and inclusive quality education for all? And even as we talk about inclusive quality education for all, I should recognize that we have representatives from those who are special needs. There are different categories here. I've seen a number of them. So we recognize that you are here with us. We are aware that schools in Kenya are categorized mainly as either public or private. For the public schools, these are managed and funded by government, while we have our private schools that are funded, some by individuals, others are sponsored by religious organizations and other organizations like churches. We also have those that are under private and public partnerships. And basically, when we are looking at why or how privatization came up, we know that the population of school-going children has escalated or increased exponentially since independence. And of course, the changing world and the requirements of the need of the 21st century learner have also evolved with time, meaning that the demand for quality and relevant education that is inclusive has also risen in the recent years. This calls for cost sharing of education, because the government cannot. We'll try and do what we can, but with the number rising of those children seeking for education, basically should be all of them, it's not possible to cater from the early childhood to university and tertiary levels. And therefore, privatization of education has developed to fill this gap. And I know as we go on, we'll be looking at the downside and the upside of privatization. Basically meaning that this is the process of transferring ownership, management, and funding of education institutions from public sector to private entities. Okay? So while privatization can attract resources innovative approaches, and increased efficiency, it can also be, in a way, a hindrance to accessibility, equity, and could, in some cases, where the main focus is profit, can lead to compromised quality. Take note, where the main focus is profit, so that the person opening the school is only seeking to make money and not necessarily to look at developing the learner as a citizen who can fit in the society. Educational reforms and the recommendations of the Presidential Working Party report call for a lot of investment in infrastructure that is in line with the requirements of the CBE, the curriculum-based education. And in line with this, we also need to look at the capacity building of teachers for effective implementation of the curriculum. Insufficient investment in crucial areas like science, technology, engineering, and maths. We are also looking at sports and science, which are some of the pathways being offered by CBE, can lead to low educational incomes. And so when you're looking at capacity building of teachers, I must say at this point that Ministry of Education, together with our agencies, and I know KISE is also here, I don't know whether TSE is represented. Do you have representations from TSE? KEMI? They're not here. KCD? All right. So we work together to retool teachers in CBE, and this has been happening. We have done several phases. I believe also in December we shall be conducting a similar activity so that teachers are retooled in CBE and their capacity built in ensuring that they're implementing the curriculum fully. Why are we looking at privatization of education? So that I'm just brief because these are things that you're going to be looking at. The key things we'll be looking at are obviously access. We've already talked about that. Does it hinder access? Does it create a barrier to an already existing gap between the haves and the have-nots, and therefore exacerbating increasing inequalities? We're also looking at the fact that we have many vulnerable learners. We have orphans. We have learners from internally displaced areas. We have refugees among us. We have learners from low-income homes. We also have learners from rural areas, those with disabilities. And if you look at the Basic Education Act 2015 and the Constitution of Kenya, it has or provides for education for learners on the Kenyan soil, all of them, and free education, particularly for the basic institutions. So these kind of inequalities can lead to a cycle of poverty where the less fortunate are stuck in a rut and are never able to improve their social economic status. Also, when you look at the clarion call for Sustainable Development Goals 2030 agenda, it declares that we should leave no one behind. And I'm glad that the person who spoke first mentioned or alluded to this. And this is a commitment to end poverty, reduce inequality, and end discrimination so that all people benefit from development. The pledge is for all nations, all peoples, and for all segments of society, regardless of where they live or their personal circumstances. It makes a specific commitment to reach the furthest behind first. Privatization can systematically eliminate human rights protections and further marginalize the interests of low-income earners and the needy. As a nation, Kenya is keen to implement the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which states that everyone has the right to education. As thus, the education system must ensure easy access of all children to education. And so as we engage in the course of our discussions, we shall be looking at what can be done. What can we do together? Because we cannot do without private educational institutions. That's not why we are here. If you look at your objectives, it is clear what we shall be looking at as I wind up. right? To deliberate on the privatization of education in Kenya, to develop a manifesto on public education, to establish a social movement to lobby and advocate for public education. And so moving forward, I believe at the end of the day, we have come up with a way forward. And so I'd like to take this opportunity to wish you a fruitful engagement and also to officially open this meeting. Thank you very much. Sorry, I'm reminded that I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Dora Kitala. I'm Deputy Director, Quality Assurance and Standards in the Ministry of Education, based at the headquarters. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. Let's give her very strong round of clap. Now we are free to discuss. We are free to have the conversations without the fear. So I want to warmly welcome our representative from the Board of Directors from the East African Center for Human Rights to give us the opening remarks and also to welcome us as each rights in this function. As we proceed, we might have slight changes. Once the Prof comes on, he's supposed to give the opening remarks, so I'm still getting in touch with him. He had said we give him around 9:30. So once he links in, we'll be able to just hold on for like 15-20 minutes to have the keynote remarks, which will be virtually, and then we proceed. So I welcome and I request for your intelligence. Karibu sana, madam.
Thank you so much, Johnston. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me at the back? Boaz, can you hear me? Boaz is a good friend and old ally. Good to see good faces. My name is Florence Annan. I'm here in the capacity as a vice chairperson of the Each Rights Board and representing the board members and also giving apologies for the executive director who also had to be in another meeting in Mombasa. As you are aware, there's the KEPSHA AGM going on, and so we had to kind of distribute our roles and responsibilities. Also, the job that pays me to my 8 to 5, I also work as a head of partnerships with Amnesty International Kenya. But I'm here really on behalf of Each Right. So allow me to welcome you all, and allow me also to give my apologies. I came in late, and I was in another meeting, but I'm glad that I could be here at least when we are opening up. So to all our guests, to all our partners, our director from the Ministry of Education, representatives from the ministry itself, officials, if the TSC, any other government agency, our partners, Oxfam, Action Aid, civil society partners, NGOs, education activists and defenders, hamjambo tena. And let me say like a government official, all protocols observed. So we are glad to have you here. This is indeed the first national conference to discuss a weighty matter. I remember asking Gilbert a few days ago, are you sure you really want to tackle this debate as partners? But I think it's a debate, and Boaz would be agreeing with me, and I'm looking at Boaz, and I'll be mentioning Boaz's name because we've come from so far on discussing education matters, protecting schools. We were together in the Protection of Public School Land campaign a few years ago, so we've come a long way in discussing these issues. But I think as I start, it's good to confess, and I won't ask anyone else to confess. Let me be the one that bears the liability. As I woke up my two children, I'm a mother to two beautiful children, a 10-year-old boy and a 7-year-old girl, very feisty. Dress them up, did the usual. You know the usual that we do, dress up, have breakfast, and then you're like, harakisha, you know all that goes in the morning run. But as I did that, I really reflected. Because they are going to a private school. A private school that has perhaps the facilities, has a swimming pool, has all those things. And I asked myself, is this privilege? Is this privilege? Or is this really a mirror of inequality in our education system? Should I be proud as a Kenyan citizen, human rights activist? Should I be proud that in the morning that I have the opportunity to choose for my children to go to private school? Yet within the radius of where we are, there are two other public schools. And I pondered on what I would see as a privilege of having traveled around the world. And I know in some countries in Europe, the global north, some countries you can even count within one hand the number of private schools. There it's not a privilege. In one of the countries that I had the opportunity of doing my higher education, you don't go saying, my child is in a private school. It's kind of non-existent, and it's kind of for the aristocrats, that really the ones who fancy and really don't want to be part of society. Everyone, whether you are working in a mining factory, whether you are working behind a fast food company, whether you are cleaning, a housekeeper in a hotel, whether you are a nanny, as long as you are in that locality, middle income, lower income, whether you are under social protection or the social protection program or social welfare, your children all met in the same school, within the same radius. So education was not a means to know who's where. And I really reflect on that, because I also reflect how Kenyan parents, including ourselves, have to really think through the school fees. So, under that premise and reflection this morning, I actually thought to myself, it's not a privilege. I shouldn't be talking about it. We shouldn't be proud that we have all, nearly, I think I've used AI, and perhaps the Ministry of Education will give us statistics, but that we are having nearly 30,000 private learning institutions in this country, from the high end to the ones which are, in the grassroots communities. And I'd like to compare that with how many public schools do we have? If all that money, if my tax, I'm in a pay slip, so if that tax, I know, goes to ensure that my 9-year-old, my 10-year-old son, my 7-year-old girl, my nanny's daughter, that all end up in the same school. Having said that, and having confessed that, and having known that I stand here, pretending not to be privileged, but knowing that even in my own personal life, the reflection is real. So it's an honor that we all come here to join and to discuss, all of us, this national conference and this weighty subject on privatization of education in Kenya. And indeed to really reflect whether it's an opportunity, really, or whether it is a threat to equality, inclusive quality education as guided by the principles of the Constitution. We gather with a shared purpose to reflect, to truly debate and not shy away from, and I'm glad Mr. Bonyo is here. I said I will name all my key allies. I can see he's moderating a session, but to truly debate on this topic and its implication for equity, inclusion, and right to quality education for all. We need to appreciate and ask ourselves and reflect that with the growing trends of privatization in this country, and perhaps in this part of East Africa, unlike the global north, we need to ask ourselves, is education becoming a private commodity? Is education becoming part of commercialization? Deepening inequality, weakened accountability, and the concern of the shifting responsibility from state to private actors. Is there a balance? Is it complementary? Or is it a threat to the accountability and responsibility of the governance structures in place in regarding to education? The increasing privatization of education in Kenya reflects not just economic pressure, but growing concerns of a retreat of the state from its core obligation, and the questioning of whether the nation is using the maximum available resources to provide free, quality public education for all. There is concern that if not checked, privatization of education could erode all gains made historically in ensuring the realization of rights to free, compulsory basic education, as articulated in our Basic Education Act and other legal frameworks. And I recall some years back, a number of us had the privilege of sitting, I think it was in KICC, where we were trying to align education with the Constitution of Kenya, and at that time, Kenya Vision 2030. And perhaps we need to draw from these historical conversations and alignment of education to the Constitution and its principles on when education has resultantly become a privilege to few Kenyans rather than a right, and whether education has even become a burden and weakened the social contract between citizens and the states. And therefore our appeal as Each Rights, as the East African Center for Human Rights, we would like to start a bit of this national conversation too. Can we reclaim education as a public good and not a private enterprise, a private commodity, or a product of commercialization? Can we strengthen a national social movement that demands the state's accountability in education, financing, regulation, and quality assurance? And in no way is this undermining the efforts within the Ministry of Education, the Teacher Service Commission, in promoting quality education, but perhaps seeking a convergence of how we can achieve the aspirations that we had on the issues of education in this country. And can we develop, out of this conference, a national manifesto on education financing, grounded in the principle that public funds must serve public education that is free, that is quality, and that enriches the citizens of this country and the nation as a whole. And therefore, as we continue, and thank you so much for opening for us, Madam Director, let us truly have a truthful conversation. Not a theoretical conversation. I know we have the policies. We have so many policies in the Ministry of Education. But can we have a sincere conversation? And as I close remarks, as also a citizen of these countries, I wish my monies for education, for school fees, could go to some other, social issues than just being drained in the issues of trying to get quality education for my children. And therefore, with these brief remarks, if not many remarks, karibuni sana, and I wish you all a heartful conversation, a truthful conversation, and a conversation guided by the principles of the Constitution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Florence, for those exciting and motivating words. Allow me to welcome Kira from Oxfam. Kira is the Global Education Lead at Oxfam. She will be able to give us some few remarks just to have a global picture. But I'm welcoming her also on behalf of our partners. This function has been made possible today because of courtesy, the support from Oxfam, the support from Action Aid, and the East African Center for Human Rights. So welcome. Okay.
Thank you. Let me start away. I don't usually start speeches. Honorable teachers and students, so happy that you're here. Distinguished guests and colleagues, friends. First of all, let me thank Eat Rights and our fellow organizers for this conference, for bringing us together around such an important topic. And as was just mentioned, this is not really a technical discussion, even though we want to get into the nitty-gritty, we want to really discuss the details. It's also a moral discussion. It's about the future of our children, of our societies. And now you may wonder why I'm here, because this is the first conference, national conference, about privatization of education in Kenya, and I'm clearly not a Kenyan. However, I am the daughter of 2 public school teachers. And I grew up in Denmark. It's a country that is often held up as an example of very strong public institutions. And Denmark has some of the most rigorous systems of governance oversight in the world. And yet, even in Denmark, we grapple with the same challenges that we're here to discuss today. It's the rise of private actors in education, in childcare, in special needs support, and the constant question of how to keep public interest and not private profit at the heart of our education systems. So what we're here today is not just a Kenyan story or even an African story, it's really a global story. It's about who holds power in our education systems and whose interests those systems actually serve. Education has the power to change everything. I don't believe you would be here if you didn't know that and if you didn't believe that. It can lift families out of poverty, it can transform communities, strengthen nations. It's the single most powerful tool we have to fight inequality and injustice. It's the best way to level the playing field and expand opportunities for all. But when it becomes privatized or even for profit, when it becomes something that only the privileged few can pay to access, then it stops being a tool for equality and it becomes a mirror of the inequality in society at large. And across the world, we can see how children from poor families are 7 times less likely to complete secondary education than those from wealthy homes. And we see that when governments underfund public schools, whether it's because of shrinking national budgets, it's because of debt and pressures of the national debt, or it's because of aid cuts, other actors step in to fill those gaps. Now, many of these will be low-fee, informal, community-based, or even faith-based schools. They exist because there are children that the public system is not yet reaching. So they're filling a gap created by insufficient public funding and capacity. But while they fill a really urgent need, and right now we need them, they also highlight a very critical issue that there is a need for proper oversight to guarantee equality, safety, inclusion for every child. And ultimately, the goal has to be for the public system to be able to provide that. And for the public system to be strong enough and well-resourced enough to deliver for all, so that no child's access to education depends on where they're born or how much money their parents make. So it's not just about money, though, it's also about power. When states are weaker, when systems are weaker, private companies, private actors grow stronger. They begin to shape national priorities, curricula, even sometimes policy, often in ways that reflect their own ideologies and their own priorities and not the priorities of the people. Some of these actors do valuable work. We need some of them. But they are not held accountable to citizens in the same way that ministries and governments are. They are instead accountable to boards or to shareholders or to owners or to wealthy individuals. And this is obviously where the deeper threat lies. Because education is not just about learning. It's not just about learning how to read and write. It's about forming citizens. It's about creating democratic, active citizens, building a shared understanding, nurturing democracy. It's about making sure that the daughter of a cleaning lady and the son of the director of a company see each other as equals. And they do that if they learn together, if they see each other, and if they play together. So if decisions about education shifts away from the public sphere, they lie increasingly in private hands, and then we risk weakening the very fabric of our democracies. Education should be governed by the state on behalf of the people, because it belongs to everyone. So this is why public money has to go to public education. So whether this is domestic revenues or international aid, those funds must strengthen public systems and not substitute it. When promised aid disappears, as we've seen recently in Kenya, where Kenya lost $100 million investment that had already been agreed and signed because of a change in the American government, the effects are immediate, and they're obviously going to be painful. Public classrooms become more crowded, teachers more overstretched, and that leaves the door open wider to privatized solutions. More parents will make the completely legitimate, very personal decision to move their children to private schools. Do we wish that all parents chose public school? Of course. But we understand that each parent has to choose what is best for their children. The awful thing is that the best choice for their children may not be public school, and that not all parents have the ability to make that choice. That's privilege. And we know what works well. Well-trained teachers, inclusive system, public delivery backed by proper investment and oversight, well-paid, well-supported teachers. When countries invest money, at least 6% of GDP, 20% of public budgets, they make real strides towards both quality and equality. And finally, governance matters. Whether the school is public or private, the standards that matter don't actually change. Great teachers, adequate infrastructure, inclusive curricula, oversight, accountability to parents and communities, those are essential whether it's public or private. So good governance is sort of the foundation for ensuring quality. Strong oversight, transparency, accountability, they protect quality, they also protect equality and equity in public and private schools alike. When oversight fails, we see the consequences. Teachers will often be underpaid, the facilities may be unsafe, children from poor families may be excluded altogether. For example, we did some research in Pakistan a few years ago, and this research showed that children from the poorest backgrounds were largely excluded from private schools in a PPP model, and the teachers suffered really poor pay. This is not unique to this one case in Pakistan. So at the root of it all lies financing. It's always about the money. Without fair and progressive taxation, without making sure that the wealthiest individuals and corporations pay their fair share, no government can actually sustain quality, inclusive public education systems. It simply isn't possible. So tax justice and education justice go hand in hand. From a global perspective, we see many countries where private delivery is heralded as sort of a quick fix. The public system has failed, we'll just use the private system instead. But unless this governance is really strong, and public systems are prioritized, and the money is there to do that, the results can be a two-tier system. So high quality for those who pay, mediocre, poor for everyone else. So education is, as I said, not just about learning how to read and write, it's about learning how to live together, it's about learning about your rights, about democracy, about your voice, your value. It's about fairness, dignity, possibilities. So this is really what's at stake in this debate over privatization and this debate that we are having today. And because when education becomes a marketplace, we kind of lose that shared purpose that education has. So let's be clear, education's a right, it's not a privilege. public money has to serve the public good, and power over education must remain democratic and accountable through the public system. So that's the promise we have to protect here in Kenya and everywhere else, because this is not just a Kenyan threat, it is literally something we see everywhere around the world. So on behalf of Oxfam, I'm very honored to have done a teeny tiny little part in supporting this conference. I'm very happy to say that we are part of this conversation. I also bring greetings from my colleagues in Oxfam Kenya, who will join us later today, and I'm excited to also continue this work with you all. And I also want to tell you how much I and they look forward to learning from students, teachers, and all of you here today. All of you who actually shape the future of public education systems and education for children every single day. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Asante sana. So we are progressing well. I want to welcome Mercy from Action Aid, just to also give us some remarks. Action Aid is part of the partners who have made this day possible, and we are very grateful. Karibu sana Mercy.
I think I'm smiling, and I'm not supposed to smile because I'm sitting with a young woman here, and now she's telling me, there goes your moment of fame, or your 5 minutes of fame. Do well. Anyway, good morning to everyone. All protocols observed, but most importantly to the parents, to the students, and the different stakeholders that are here. Habari yenyu. Mumeamka poa. Karibuni. So my name is Mercy Gichengi, and I serve with ActionAid International Kenya, supporting our youth and governance work. And it's my pleasure to be able to join you on behalf of ActionAid. And I would also want to recognize a few people from ActionAid that are here, because they might not be able to recognize themselves. And probably at the end of the meeting, invite one of them to say something, because education remains a very core area of our work. So we have some of our partners. We have our partner, African Youth Trust. Say hi. And we have young urban women, a representation of young parents that are with us today. Just say hi where you are. Wave the young women across. And we have Activista that are supporting us with our social media engagement today. So they will be supporting the work that you're doing here. They'll ensure these conversations that are going online. So we have a few of them. The others are online. So the ones that are here, please say hi. Thank you. Thank you so much. So we'll be supporting that beyond everything else. That's also something. Education remains a very core area of our work as ActionAid. And ActionAid is a federation of over 45, working in over 46 countries. And in Kenya, we work as ActionAid Kenya, we work in over 26 counties. And we've been here for the last, this is our 53rd year. So we've been here since 1972. And one of the core areas of our work is we work through the human right-based approach that looks at root causes of different issues. And we advocate for, justice. We are a social justice organization in a broader term, fighting against poverty and injustices. We are unapologetically a women's rights organization. So we support women and girls. However, we also work with young people because we believe they're the drivers of this country. And young people remain the biggest beneficiary of education in this country. And we believe that poverty is structural, There are systems and structures that keep people in poverty, and it's a political. Poverty is also very political. And that's why we believe in addressing issues like education, because it's education that will drive this country to the next level. It's education that is going to, to break the tie of poverty and move people to the next level. But when we make our education private and inaccessible to the people living in poverty and exclusion, what does that mean for us? It means that we'll continuously be implementing the same kind of work, championing for the same of things that people are not able to thrive, they're not able to join the job market. We have the same things that we're experiencing today. And you know very well, as this, the privatization conference is speaking about, is that since the structural adjustment programs in the 1980s, we've seen a lot of privatization of the education. And right now we have what we call the austerity measures that have been pushed to us that are actually tightening our investments as a country towards the basic development and social programs. And this will be health, education, and other services that we require as Kenyans that we are supposed to access because of our taxes. The reason is 68% of our gross domestic product, of our tax revenue, goes to servicing debt. And the remaining part of these funds is used to pay our bloated public sector and run the different, recurring services that are happening, including providing flowers and big pens at very exorbitant costs, at the expense of education, at the expense of, things that really matter to us, at the expense of paying teachers, at the expense of ensuring that their books, their seats, there's proper infrastructure that supports the new curriculum that we're implementing, So when we look at all this, it means that if our country can be able to put our taxes into right use, and of course I forgot to say, and also give ourselves per diems and fly across the world at very exorbitant, costs. And those are things that we need to say because we need to help our representatives put the money where it matters. We need to put everything and work and have conversations that are saying, as we go out, we are preparing for elections in 2027. Yeah? And around East Africa, this year is Tanzania, next year is Uganda, 2027 is Kenya, if elections are going to be there based on what people are saying. We need to be very critical as voters, as people that are, electing leaders, and we need to make these conversations political so that we tell them we don't want privatization of the education, we want it accessible because we are all taxpayers. Those are the conversations that we need to push. And those are the conversations that need to be very personal because all of us in one way or another are paying for education. And if we are not paying today, tomorrow we'll be paying. Or we have somebody who is going through education if you're not yet parents or there. So it touches me, it touches you. And that's why you should be very concerned, and it should be a conversation that we take to our families. And why I'm very passionate about education, and this is me, is that my mom was a mental patient, so we were street kids. I grew up in a children's home. And the larger part of my life, I spent in the informal settlements, in Majengo, Kinyago, Kanuku. So were it not for education, I wouldn't be standing here with you, giving you this speech. Would I be here? Would I be in the position that I hold today? Education has leveraged for me to be who I am, where I am. It has opened doors that no one else could have opened, regardless of how well I could speak. It's those papers, among other things, that I have to put on the table. And this is me. But then when you look at the young women that we work with, at the young people, at the people that we are working with in action, it's the people that need education because it's the only way we can drive this country forward. It's the only way that we can make people, move to the next level of your lives and be able to thrive. That said and done is that we should always push that education is not private. It should be a public, because right now we know very well it's you run a private company, you run down the education sector. That's why it's so run down, so that we can all go to the paying factors of the education sector. That's why when we look at the private education sector and the public sector, it's a total nightmare. Everybody is divesting from the public to the private because it's making money. It's capitalist. And we cannot be capitalist even in things that really matter for us. So it's a call for us, and on behalf of ActionAid, that we all take this conversation. It should be held at our households. Should be a conversation we hold with our friends. It should be something that it makes us determine the way we vote, the way we call our representatives, because this thing is political. While there are policies, decisions are made in parliament, including to privatize. There's a privatization bill that was signed, and that's going to have a ripple effect on everything. So that said and done, allow me to invite David Archer and just say something. David Archer has chosen not to say anything. So, John, that said and done, thank you so much. We are also part of the, the UN Tax Convention. So after a few minutes, we'll also be walking out with someone else here that is seated here, because we're also participating in that particular conversation. It's very important because tax and education work together. And if policies are not made at the global level in a way that represents us, in a way that ensures that multilaterals, the billionaires of these countries, people are not extracting from the country without paying the right taxes, it means we don't have enough money to pay for education services. So that's it and then. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, and all the best. And also the students, please keep this conversation going and make it burning so that they don't rest. Thank you.
Thank you, Mercy. And welcome, David. David is a long-term friend. We've been in this conversation for quite some time. It's a global conversation, and he's happy to be here to join us even as we have this national conversation. Just want to recognize there are a number of officers from the ministry. Just want to shout their names even before as we wait for them to have their time to speak. From the headquarters, as we've heard from Madam who opened the meeting, who is also a colleague, Mr. Chacha, just show up. So Chacha is from the same directorate of quality assurance. And I think this conversation is very relevant for them because they are the people who need to guard our standards for education. So as we speak, we are happy they are here. They will be hearing our lamentations and our prayers and our calls, so that as they go back, they need to go and tell their bosses, oh, there is a problem somewhere, you need to tighten up. There is also from adult education, there is Director Matam Rotich just, so as we speak, this conversation is not limited to children. We are all of us students in one way or the other. The Directorate of Adult and Education was initially in the Ministry of Education, but we've heard that it has been relocated somewhere else in a different ministry, but they're still focusing on issues of education. So welcome Matam Rotich, who is the Deputy Director for Adult Education and Learning. Next to her is the Director for Adult Education, Nairobi County, Madam Salome. So we are in her home. So if she wants to chase us all because we are adult, we will go away. But we are happy she's here with us, our mother, to make sure that all of us, we are safe. And those who want to learn more literacy and reading, you can also reach out to her. So I want to shift slightly. The keynote address, Professor Kivuda Kibwana, who is the former governor for Makueni County, has requested, is still in a meeting, so has requested he will do his remarks at 3:30 sharp. So we'll continue with the program. He will be able to share with us what he has prepared for us from the perspective of our leader, but also an educationist. I want to welcome Roslyn, who is going to take us to the next section. We want to listen to the children. We want to hear them because they are part and parcel of this conversation. We say, if I am not in the conversation, so why are you having the conversation? So children must be in this conversation that we are having. And we are glad that they are here. So we want to listen to them. So Roslyn will be able to moderate for us that session. Just brief about Roslyn. Roslyn is a dedicated advocate for human rights, working passionately to create a positive change within communities by advocating for equal and just societies. She is the Associate Program Officer at the Global Initiative for Economic and Cultural Rights. And she's a very, very close friend to us. We work together. We've been journeying together, and I'm happy that Roslyn is here. So, karibu sana, Roslyn.
Hi, good morning, everyone. As Johnston has shared, my name is Roslyn Onyango, and I'm actually an Eat Rights colleague. They host me in their office. I work with the Global Initiative for Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. And at GI, our main vision is to ensure that everyone lives a dignified life by ensuring their right to quality education, healthcare, and care. Not as privileges, as many of our speakers have already mentioned, but as basic human rights. And therefore, we work with partners across the world to hold governments accountable and promote fair, inclusive public systems that, of course, include the right to education that serve everyone. And some of our partners are also here in the room, like Itrite, of course, ActionAid, Oxfam. I don't know if Haki Jami is in the room. Yeah. So we also work with like Kenyan-based partners, just to ensure that we are not just working at a global level, but also at a national level. We're able to capture everyone's immediate rights to access quality public services. And so we'll start the session by first letting my panelists joining me on the stage. John Monye. As John comes, we'll also have Gift Mwema. As Gift comes, we'll also have Cindy Mora. As Cindy comes, Lucy Wamboy. And we'll also have Chanel Helen. And finally, Gabriel Ludeño. So please take a seat, my dear panelists. As you'll notice, we are a very Gen Alpha, Gen Z panelist, probably the youngest panel, including myself, that you will have during this session. Like, if you add all our total ages, we are below 30. Everyone is here, good. Okay. I'll sit here in the middle. Thank you for joining me, my dear panelists. And just before we begin, I'll just reiterate something that has continuously been mentioned, and I hope that's something that by the end of this session that we will all take away, not this session, but by the end of the conference, something that will stick to our mind, is that education is not a privilege. And in the Kenyan situation, the way it is even written in our constitution, it's a promise for every single child in Kenya. And this morning, and I think even the way our organizers wanted this session to feel, is that we want to honor that promise by hearing directly from the learners themselves. Yeah, as Johnson mentioned, we are bringing the learners to the table so that they listen and they also express themselves. And their voices are to just remind us that education is not just about policies and budgets, but also about dignity, belonging, and opportunity. So our dear panelists are going to share their stories from their experiences and perceptions of the education system. As they share this, let us reflect on what quality inclusive education truly means in practice for all of us, from even our own experiences, looking at how the current education system is and what it takes to make every school in Kenya a place where no learner is left behind. So I will quickly introduce our panelists. When I say your name, you just wave, and then I'll give you a chance to give us your short statement after, okay? So John Monye is a grade 5 student with special needs from Kibiko Comprehensive School in Kajiado West. Imagine, he came all the way here, na alifika mbele ya watu wengine. And he's very passionate about advocating for children with special needs to enjoy equal opportunities through quality education. We also have Gift Mwema. Hi, Gift. Who's a grade 8 student at Shiruta HGM Primary and Junior School in Kawangware. A passionate leader of the Environmental Club, advocating for a safe, inclusive learning environment, and he dreams of being a pilot. And we also have Cindy Mora, a grade 7 student at Kibiko Comprehensive School, also from Kajiado West, championing for girls in leadership. Her passions include crafting and drawing, and she aspires to be a lawyer. Advocating for human rights. I really like our panelists. They're very futuristic. They're very ambitious. I love them. And already for some of the things they're already doing in school. We also have Lucy Wamboi. Lucy is a Form 3 student at Treeside Special School in Kasarani. She's very determined to beat the odds in her life to succeed. She's a champion for deaf learners to receive adequate support to make it in life. You know how to clap for that? Yes, very nice. And we have Chanel Helen, a grade 7 student in Maito Academy, an informal private school in Madare slums. She loves dancing and dreaming to become a doctor. And finally, we have Gabriel. Gabriel is a Form 3 student at Mango High School. Gabriel is very concerned about the current shift in education in Kenya from public to private, which threatens the opportunity for millions of children to access it. So Gabriel is already following what is happening, and we hope to hear it in his statements. So today's conversation is really about seeing education through their lens. Rather, this session is really about seeing education through the lens of our panelists here and how they experience school. Probably they'll mention what inclusion means to them and what challenges or hopes they carry. So we'll again start with John. John, I'll hand the mic over to you, and you can just share with us what you have for the audience and participants to listen.
Good morning, everyone. My name is John Monye, and I am in grade 5, student at Kibiko Comprehensive School in Kajiado West. I am a child living with a disability, and today I want to speak for myself and for many children across Kenya. Every child deserves a chance to learn, to dream, and to build a better future. Irrespective of whether he or she is differently able, but for many of us, that chance is slowly disappearing. Our parents are struggling to meet our daily needs, which are too expensive, include ensuring that we get to school. Some children in many communities are locked in their homes because their parents cannot afford private schools. Others are taken to public schools that do not have enough specialized teachers, desks, or learning materials. Children with disability face even more challenges. Many schools are not accessible to us. Some do not have special teachers, ramps, or learning materials that help us learn comfortably. But we still dream. We want to be a doctor, teachers, pilots, and leaders, just like other children. I stand here today in this special national conference on education to ask our government, please invest more in public education. Make sure every child, rich or poor, with or without disability, can go to school and learn well. Public schools should be free, well equipped, and inclusive so that no child is left behind. Our parents are already doing their best, but they cannot do it alone. Education is our right, and it is the government's duty to make sure we get it. When you invest in public education, you invest in our future, in Kenya's future. Please hear our voice. We want to learn, we want to grow, and we want to make our country proud. Thank you.
Thank you so much, John. I really liked the call for the government and just the reminder of what the government's duty is in terms of children with special needs accessing education. Thank you so much, John. And now we will move to gifts.
Good morning, distinguished guests, honorable leaders, teachers, and friends. My name is Gift Mwema, a grade 8 learner at HGM Diruta Junior School. I stand here today not just for myself, but for every child in Kenya whose dreams are fighting to stay alive. I was born and raised in Kawangware, one of the informal settlements in Nairobi, where I still live to date. My mother is a single parent, strong, loving, and hardworking. But every day, she struggles to make ends meet. I began my schooling in an informal school, Sifa Education Center, located on the edge of the Nairobi River in Gatina, Kawangware, where classrooms were just shanties made of all iron sheets, walls separated by sacks, desks were few, and teachers were volunteers from the community. Yet even then, I never gave up. My dream has always been to become a pilot, to soar high above the clouds and see a better Kenya from the skies. By grace, I joined HGM Diruta, a public school, and I felt the difference. Hope became real again. But many of my friends back home in Kawangware are still learning in informal schools with no teachers, no books, no laboratories, just dreams and determinations. They are bright, they are eager, but they are being left behind. Our constitution promises free and compulsory basic education, but free should also mean quality. Not just no fees, but good classrooms, trained teachers, and enough books for every child. This is found in public schools, but they are very few to accommodate all the Kenyan children. Where do those who miss out go? How does our government support them? With the new competency-based education system, learning has become very expensive. Many parents cannot afford the materials, the uniform, the assessments. Some children are now on the edge of dropping out, not because they lack ability, but because poverty is closing the door on their dreams. I ask our government, please make public education a living reality, not just words on paper. Build more public schools, equip them and staff them well. End corruption, end the ghost learners and ghost schools, and divert the money to strengthen public schools across Kenya for every child to enjoy the right to education. Support the children in informal settlements, in villages, in every corner of Kenya, because we are all equal citizens. There is no public child or private child. We are all Kenya's children, and we all deserve a fair chance to learn, to dream, and to become who we were meant to be. That is justice. If our government invests in education today, we build a stronger, fairer Kenya tomorrow. Please hear our voices and let no child be left behind. Because Kenyans pay tax, let the money pay for our education. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gift. That was so wonderful. And I think for all the participants here, we will be watching out for Gift's dreams, because if you listen to him, he not only dreams for himself to be a pilot, but for also the other children that he left back in the informal schools. But he also mentioned some very interesting things about, like, free education should also mean quality. Yeah, we just don't mention it out there in the constitution and expect it just for free, but it's of good quality. And I think the other thing that also Gift and also John mentioned was like the cost of education for parents. Yeah, we just can't be talking about free education, but there are these expectations or hidden charges that parents again need to pay up, and they're also struggling to pay for this. And from Gift's statements or submission, we'll get to listen to Cindy Mora from Kibiko.
Good morning, honorable leaders, teachers, and friends. My name is Cindy Mora, a girl in grade 7 from Kibiko Comprehensive School in Kajiado West. My school is one of the best public schools you will ever find in Kajiado County. And today I speak with hope and a little prayer for all the children of Kenya who just want to learn and thrive. We are often told education is key, and we all know education is an empowering tool. But I say education is a right, and we as children of Kenya are seeking to enjoy this rightful entitlement from our government. Our constitution says education is free, compulsory, and meant for every child, like me. Yet in many schools, the story is different, where dreams are delayed and hope feels distant. Some children are sent home because of fees, others sit under trees, learning with the breeze or the hot sun. Competition comes slowly, desks are too few, classrooms are congested, and some have no teachers. Teachers wait for months, not knowing what to do to help learners achieve their dreams because of lack of teaching and learning support. Yet, on many occasions, we hear corruption and mismanagement of school funds. All that is meant to educate us is taken, leaving millions of children like me suffering, not enjoying our right to quality education. But still, we rise each morning with dreams in our eyes because we believe Kenya can make education rise. We believe our leaders can make public schools strong. We believe corruption of public funds is what is killing our school public education. Not that our beloved country is poor. No, we believe we are very rich to make education work for all Kenyan children, where every child belongs and every voice is heard. Please make our constitution come alive. Ensure every public school can truly survive and provide quality education for all. Let no child stay home because parents can't pay. Let learning be smooth every single day. Send the money on time. Let it reach every school so books, desks, and meals can follow the rule. Remove the bottlenecks that block our right, and let Kenya's classrooms shine with light. Because when you invest in us, you invest in peace, in dreams, in justice, in our nation's growth. So let public education work, strong and free, for every Kenyan child, including me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cindy. I hope you heard how she spoke in such a firm voice, yeah? And her call to action for education to work for all children. I like how she's in a private school, but she's very aware for what is happening in the public schools, and her call for the capitation. She said a private. It's a public. You say public. I'm so sorry. Okay. My apologies, but that's awareness on what is currently happening in terms of capitation grants getting to these public schools. So, I think also we had a similar call from Gift on having transparency and accountability in terms of finances that are going to public schools, so that they are able to be rightly allocated and cater for children in the schools. Our next speaker will be Lucy Wambui. Lucy is deaf, so I'll have someone do the translation.
Hello everyone. Good morning. My name is Lucy Wanjiru, and that is my sign name. I come from Treeside High School. Sorry for that. I come from Treeside High School, and I'm a deaf, and Treeside is a public school. I'm in Form 3. So today, I came here to speak for the challenges that we have as a family with disability. So I ask our leaders and the government of Kenya, what does education for all mean? If it means for everyone, then why are you so many children left out? In many schools, In many schools, for children with disability, we do not have enough teachers, books, or even learning materials. We are all children of Kenya. We have dreams. We want to learn. We want to succeed. Our constitution says education is free and compulsory for every child. But in reality, many children are still left behind. This is unfair. This is wrong. I ask President Dr. William Ruto and our leaders, please remember deaf children and children with various disabilities. Please remember the children in slums. We also need public schools, inclusive education with specialized teaching and learning materials and equipment. We need equal support and to be included in our decision. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Lucy. I liked Lucy's call. If education is for everyone, why are so many left out? I think that is something we can ponder during this whole conference, and something we need to find a way, even as we work on the manifesto, a way to follow up on and implement. Our next speaker will be Chanel Helen from Maito Academy. Yeah, sure.
Good morning, distinguished guests, honorable leaders, teachers, and friends. My name is Chanel Helen from Maito Academy in Mathare, and I am in grade 5. Today, I am deeply honored to stand before you and speak on behalf of the forgotten children on Mathare and many other informal settlements across Kenya. My question to all seated here, and especially to the government of Kenya, is this what does education for all truly mean? Because the reality on the ground tells a different story. Why are children in informal settlements being left behind? Who takes time to understand their pain, their struggles, and their daily challenges in accessing quality education? In Mathare, particularly in Mabatini and Gay wards, there is no single public school yet. We have leaders and a government that always come to seek our votes during elections. So I ask again, who should we turn for a public school in Mathare? Or are the people in Mathare not taxpayers like everyone else? We, the children of Mathare and all informal settlements deserve better. We deserve to be treated equally like every other Kenyan child. We are appealing to you, pleading with you, because this is not just inequality, it is exclusion, and it is inhuman to deny children their right to education. Based on where they are born, our constitution guarantees every child free and compulsory basic education. Yet what we experience is a violation of that very promise. The only school available to us are informal community schools, which struggle with limited resources, untrained teachers, and poor infrastructure. We are expected to compete nationally and even globally, yet we begin the race already disadvantaged and excluded. There is no such thing as public child or a private child. No, this is born to be confined to an informal school. We all have equal rights and we all deserve equal opportunities. We are all Kenyan children and we ask for fairness. Today, I speak on behalf of all children in the slums and rural areas who face children every single day. We appeal directly to our beloved President Dr. William Ruto and to our leaders. Please remember the forgotten children in informal settlements. We need public school built, funded and supported by our government so we can enjoy our rights like every other Kenyan child. Our parents pay taxes. We are citizens. We are the future of this nation. Please hear our voices. Let no child be left behind, especially those in the slums. I also want to talk about access to education. So once again, my name is Chanel Ellen, and I want to talk about access to education. So some of these challenges that I want to talk about, one is poverty. And under poverty, we have lack of school fees and materials needed in learning. So you find that here in Mathare, parents lack good jobs and therefore they don't have money to pay for their children the school fees and also to buy for them materials needed in learning such as uniforms, pens, books and other materials. We also have child labor. Some children are forced to do works in order to support their families. So you find that children are selling so that they can support their families. We also have early school dropout. So some children drop out of school because of peer pressure. And this peer pressure is caused by the use of drugs, and as a result, they drop out of school. We also have inadequate school infrastructure. Under this, we have overcrowded classes. So, public school in Mathare have many students. So, therefore, the classes are overcrowded. This in turn leads to poor concentration among the learners and poor teaching among the teachers. We also have poor facilities. Some schools lack enough desks, toilets, and water. So the students they end up performing poorly. We also have health and nutrition challenge, poor nutrition. Some children go to school hungry and this affect their health status and as a result they perform poorly. Limited government support. The government are supporting only few schools and lefting the other ones. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Chanel. Chanel has decided she's going to do her elevator pitch. 2. Just in case you didn't understand the first one, there are points you should note about education in the informal settlement. And I hope we all noted like the different challenges that children in the informal settlement experience as they try to access education, but not just the children, but also their parents. And she asked a very valid question. Are parents in Mathare or also in the informal settlement not taxpayers? Is that why they're not getting public schools built in their different wards? Very relevant question for us to also think about on the spread of public schools in the different areas, not only in Nairobi, but also within Kenya. Our final speaker will be Gabriel Ludenyo, who is a Form 3 student from Mangu High School.
Good morning. Distinguished leaders, teachers, fellow students, and all Kenyans of goodwill, good morning once again. My name is Gabriel Ludenyo, a proud Form 3 student at Mangu High School, and I'm here today not just as a learner, but as a voice of my generation, a generation that dreams of a better, fairer, and stronger Kenya. Public education is not just a service, it is a promise that every Kenyan child, rich or poor, urban or rural, deserves a fair chance to learn, to grow, and to serve this nation. When we fund public education, we are not wasting money. We are investing in doctors, nurses, engineers, innovators, and leaders. We are investing in the builders of tomorrow's Kenya. To invest in education is to invest in Kenya. That is how we build Kenya. Education is the greatest equalizer. It narrows the gap between the rich and the poor, between those who have and those who have not. If we truly want to end inequality, then education must be our strongest weapon. Yet, today, that promise is fading. Education is turning into an expensive commodity afforded by the rich. Kenya is blessed, Kenya is rich, but corruption, greed, and individualism are bleeding our education system dry. Public schools are underfunded, and teachers are overworked with poor pay, and dreams are dying in silence. I call upon our leaders, our lawmakers, our politicians, and every Kenyan of goodwill. Stand firm, fight corruption, live by Chapter 6 of our Constitution of Integrity, deliver public services to every Kenyan, not just a few. I'm privileged to be in Mangu High School, a school that is a dream for many Kenyan children. But my question is, why can't all schools be like Mangu, Alliance, Kenya High, and the rest? Why should quality be a privilege instead of a right? If our taxes should serve us equally. If every Kenyan shilling was used as intended, no child would learn under a tree. No student will drop out because of school fees, and no youth will be denied a future because of poverty. Therefore, let every leader lead by example. Serve, don't loot. Let policymakers craft gender-responsive and inclusive education policies. Let oversight bodies act boldly and hold corrupt accountable. Above all, let the Kenyan tax serve its purpose. Public education is not a favor, it is a right. It is a public good, and it is the duty of the government to make it work. If other nations have done it, Kenya can do it too. We just need the will, the honesty, the courage to do what is right. As children of Kenya, we appeal to you, Cabinet Secretary for Education, our President, and all our leaders. Give us quality education, fund public schools, support our teachers, provide help to the youth, the Gen Zs, that we can join universities and pursue our dreams. And one day, give back to Kenya the best of ourselves. Because when you invest in education, you invest in Kenya, and Kenya invests in its children, Kenya will never fail. So thank you, God bless you, God bless Kenya.
Thank you so much, Gabriel. Gabriel has mentioned a very interesting thing. If other nations have done it in terms of achieving access to quality public schools, then Kenya can do it too. And our president has a dream of us being the new Singapore. So if we can be taxed like Singaporeans, we should be able to access education like Singaporeans that is accessible for everyone. Or maybe taxed like Finland, then all our children should be able to access public education. I think as Kira was sharing that in some European countries, the number of people accessing, or was it Florence? Yeah, the number of people accessing public schools is more than people accessing private schools. So if we are taxed in that manner, then we should see the fruits of our taxes, that we don't have to think about school fees, we don't have to think about uniforms, food and things like that. We know that everything is easily accessible with the taxes that we are paying, that the revenue that the government is collecting from us. Something else that he has mentioned is on education being a bridge. And I think that all our panelists have also mentioned, seeing education as something that, if it is equal and fair for them, if it's just, it makes all children equal in a manner that they're all on the same line. There are no haves and have-nots. They're able to bridge that gap. And I'll open the floor now for if our audience has any questions for our panelists from their experiences and perceptions and the calls to the government that they have shared. If you have any questions or a comment that you'd like to share. Is there another mic? Or just so there is a hand there.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Noah Dipo. Just to comment on the issue of Mathare, I think it has been a journey, and we are having Mabatini Public School coming up. So Naongei is the one who is lagging behind. We are still pushing, and advocacy is not for just us. But Mabatini Public School ishapegwa mpaka mabati, so ni kitu, it is a success story. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Mine is not really a question but a concern. I have two concerns. I hope in the future we shall also have learners from adult education, because we assume adult education is for adults. We equally have this age in adult education, and would like them to tell you what they are going through so that you capture it. Number two, for the case of Mathare, actually any stakeholder who is here and any organization, we should not be talking about Mathare having only one public school at Mabatini, yet it's in Nairobi. Can we just think of how, as we push the government, let the NGOs and other CBOs do something? I've been there and it is really sad, because even my adult learners who are parents are sitting in those small structures. And I was even showing her a picture. There is a team I took to Mathare, two sponsors I took to Mathare 2 weeks ago, and they have gone to share what they saw at Bumala Education Center. And the children in Finland are asking, why are there disparities in schools in Kenya? Why are the rich schools not giving something to these poor schools? And why are these children in such a condition? If the small children and the children who are asking are in kindergarten and in primary and in lower levels, if they are asking that, what are Kenyans asking themselves? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. This is supposed to be an interactive session, yes? And in this session, there's a disclaimer. I'm not here to make friends. We are here to question. I'm in the habit of making enemies. And if I don't make an enemy of you today, don't worry, I'll get to you eventually. Question number one. The kids who made the speeches, how many of you wrote your own speeches? How many children wrote their own speeches? Form 3? So you wrote your own speeches. Did you get any help from a teacher or your parent? Independently wrote your own speech. How many independently wrote their own speeches? Hakuna? So you are supported or helped by someone else, yes? Problem number one, you are doing the work for your children. That is the first problem. They spoke issues that adults should be talking about. A child does not need to know about policy. A child does not need to know that they don't have desks. Hiyo ni kazi ya mtoto kweli. They can see that, I understand that, but those are not their problems. They are not. Don't bite my head. A child's job in school is to be a child. All right? We can have this debate, and that's a good thing, but it's supposed to provoke your thoughts. Allow children to independently think. We are in a system where we teach banking. Does anybody understand what that means? Banking? Don't say systems. I'm about to challenge you on that. Why do we have banking? Does anyone understand what that means? There is a gentleman standing behind you. It means mkae kwa darasa, I will tell you what you are going to read and learn so you can pass your exam. So those with good memories are getting A all the time. Sindio? The child with a D anaambiwa you are a failure. True or not? We should have collaborative education. Every child has a different talent. The system, we want to blame the system. A few points. How many are parents here with children in schools or have had children in school? How many are teachers? Question number 1, everyone who thinks they're an adult in this room, nani hakupata program? Everyone got a program today about today, but you refused to be on time. Sindio? Problem number 1, we are sitting here saying tunaomba serikali, but independently we lack accountability. Nikiwauliza, why are you late? You tell me matatu haikuja, barabara si baba yako, you don't have a private jet. You want someone else to take action for you. And that's what we are teaching our children. And that's my point when I ask, how many wrote their speeches? Don't. You take accountability for your actions and the choices you make. Even education is not about sitting in class and getting a grade A. Sindio? Other things we lack, and why the education system fails, because our individual levels we lack integrity. Everyone is saying serikali is lacking this, serikali is lacking that. Where is yours? Commitment. You say you will do something, you don't follow up. Leadership, and I'm not talking about our president and the government. Self-leadership, and it all starts with you. You cannot lead others when you don't lead yourself. All those who came late and you've been teachers, mtoto akichelewa kijiti, yet you still choose yourself. You want to preach what you're not taking action about. Education is not about school. And I'm going to give you an example. There's a school in Korogosho, and we had a discussion in the space of work I'm doing it. The teachers were leaving, a lot of them, and someone says because there is no money. This is an upbed school, and I do not see a representative of an upbed school. Amatuko, they are coming, eh? What does an upbed school means? They are the communities providing education to the children where the government has either failed or unable to reach. Sindio? And one such example tumesikia iko Mathare. There are lots of them, and also in Kariobangi and all of these. Most of these areas are valued or viewed as low-income areas. Sindio? But it does not mean that because we think they are low-income areas that they are senseless people. What it means is that another thing we fail to do when we are creating schools or education facilities, the community is at the heart of this. I cannot sit and say, I want the government to provide education for my child, me I'll sit at home. Kwani ni government imenizalia? Eh? No, I did not, we are not discussing, not everyone pays taxes. No, let's be honest. We are arguing now that we expect, our expectation from the government. Yeah, wanachukua tax. In a minute. I'll be through in a minute. They wanachukua taxes, but whether they are taking taxes or not, you as a parent, you get that child. It's your responsibility to make sure that the child finds education somewhere, period. Oh yes. The problem we have, even we are not educating parents on the importance of education, because even they have not had the privilege or the knowledge to acquire it. Start with the community. then you can start the blame game.
Thank you. I say it is an objective discussion, yeah? So let's engage objectively, so, and we respect opinions. Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm David Archer from ActionAid, and I have to say I've been going to education conferences around the world for the last 30 years, and I don't think I've ever seen such a powerful panel of presenters. I think the children did an incredible job. And I do disagree. This is not an example of banking education. This is an example of liberating education. These children spoke with passion and with purpose. Yes, they were supported by teachers, but that's the role of the teacher, to help the children find their voice and to express themselves and to engage in a strategic way. This was a really excellent panel. I want to thank everyone who's been involved, all of the teachers, the parents, the people who have supported this. These are the leaders, not of tomorrow, but of today. We need to hear and follow these children as much as we can.
Thank you, thank you. And if we want to see those who supported them, we have teachers and parents. Just stand up, just show your hands. They are here, they are working with them. Thank you. I want us to finalize.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I am Rio Rek, the academic secretary from the Technical University of Kenya. First of all, I'd like to quote from the words of Lewis about the inborn sense that every human being has. And what I need to tell the teachers from the high school level and the primary level is just an encouragement that we have a strong student leadership from that perspective, because I've got a privilege to serve from my primary level up to now in leadership, and I've faced different environments. So in the primary level and the high school level, we could not get an opportunity to express our desires or in decision making. So that's my insight, that we give them an opportunity and the platform to express themselves, so that if they get to the campus level and then they get national level, we get a strong and powerful leadership in the country that can drive the status of the country economically and academically straight. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody leaving as I move?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Whitney, and for me, I think this is a good platform for us, and to hear from they are like my younger sisters and other, maybe my baby. Okay, I think even the system has a role to play here. For me, I was supposed to join school 2024 September, and then the system, the new funding model in the university came up, and I wasn't able to join to school. So there is a role of the system. As we are talking about the policies and what, the government has a role to play. Because today I'm here, I'm not in school because of the system. Thank you.
Thank you. So I want to take the last two. Just make sure it's less than a minute.
Good morning. I wanted just to come in on the point where the government official was telling us that, CSOs and people not in government should come in and do so for the schools in Mathare. But I want to think CSOs are supposed to complement government. Government shouldn't be asking us to do their work. Because if we are supposed to offer free education to children, then whose mandate is it if we are pushing it to the CSOs? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello everyone. I'm Brandon Kenagwa, a student JQuat and also a student leader, Goose Youth Forum. First of all, I'd like to thank the East African Center for Human Rights for organizing this very wonderful platform. At least my younger siblings have gotten an opportunity to express themselves, and I would like to thank their parents and their teachers who helped them write such impressive speeches. For me, I had some few concerns, and I guess you will forgive me because I'm going to call a spade, not a big spoon. To be honest, the government has really failed us. As a university student, we had a lecturer strike since for 3 months plus. It started in August and ended just last week. So we had students in the university stranded, depressed, not having anything to eat, and there are no classes. And we also have this new funding model, which has really failed students. We have student paying over 200,000 fees by annually. My sister there has just said that she missed the opportunity, she missed the chance of joining university and pursuing her dream because of the new funding model. The government has really failed us, the young people, and as we all know, education is the ultimate equalizer. And from my home county, where I come from, we have students learning under trees. There are no classes, and at the same time, we see our politicians going county, going to each county, fundraising. What are they fundraising if they cannot cater for education? Today morning, I was on a matatu coming. I heard on the radio that the president will be in Ukambani region. I don't know for how many days fundraising. Now I was wondering, what is the president fundraising? Yet we had a strike going on for over 3 months. Students were stranded in the university. So the government has really failed us. That's what I can say. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I want as we pause, we want to break for tea. The conversation is still going on. So, 30 seconds. If you assure me 30 seconds, not more than 30 seconds. Because we will need to...
I think what I wanted to talk about, because we are accountable, because we pay tax. Is government accountable? Because they don't give us education that we need. What I want to ask is one, our children has talked well. The issue is, we are talking about building public school. Are we going to build enough for everybody in this informal settlement? If not enough, what is quality assurance doing to uplift the upbeat schools that are in the area? Thank you.
Thank you. That's why all the stakeholders are here in the conversation. 20 seconds.
Okay, I just want to talk about Chanel. She talked about child labor. What is the government and community going to do to stop child labor in the slums? Thank you.
Thank you. So we want to stop there.
Okay, thank you so much for all your reflections, all your questions, and I think some of these questions will be addressed as the sessions go on. But just as I also wrap up so that I can release my panel and we can go for tea, I think overall, something that has come up is that inclusion is not a slogan. From what my panelists shared today is that inclusion is felt in the classrooms, in their different school experiences, even though they were helped to write their speeches, but there was an aspect of their experiences, their everyday life in school, and the opportunities that I think Gabriel even shared, and the dreams that they also have for their future. I think their insights, whether they were helped to write or not, should be a mirror through which we as stakeholders must look honestly to see whether our education is truly just, as we have just also briefly discussed in the room after their session. But also what I just wanted to briefly remind all of us, something that has really come up on state accountability, is that even in international law, in national law, in regional law, states have obligations to provide education. And contemporary human rights law prescribes an obligation on states to provide public education, and therefore enshrines a corresponding right to public education, regardless of the role of private providers and the extent to which education is also offered by these providers. Therefore, even when private provision exists, states such as our country
must ensure that public education is prioritized in budgeting, in allocation of resources, so that the right to education is progressively realized. I know we can't say like tomorrow we'll have all the necessary schools we need in Mathare, or anywhere else that schools are needed, and all the necessary structures and teachers and the materials needed for learning are implemented. But this is something that we should look at it as something that is continuous. We have checks and balances that the ministry can work on and follow up on. But also for the government and the ministry to work together in mobilizing the available resources. We've talked so much about taxes, yeah? And that is domestic resource mobilization without us having to go to debt. We had the issue of debt briefly mentioned, whereby like almost 60% of our budget is used to pay debts. So we just have 40% to cater for everything else. This includes our very expensive salaries for our ministers and MPs and all these people in government before we get to our public services. So I think that is also something we need to have in mind, but also something that also we've had a lot of talks about the ministry looking for other innovative ways of financing education and looking towards the private sector. But also we should remember that private provision does not undermine the principles of equity, equality, and even state accountability in terms of state education provision. Something I'd like to wrap up with is that in terms of financing for education, Kenya has made progress. We have seen the budget allocation in terms of education move up. We have achieved our international financing benchmarks, yet we still have too many children not able to access quality public education. That is something that is a constitutional right. It's something that is in our constitution, which has remained a dream, as even our panelists have mentioned. So this also then tells us that when we're talking about money, it's just not money we are talking about from what our panelists have shared. It's not just financing we are talking about. We have to think about sustainable models that are equitable so that all our children are on the same level and directed to where it matters most. Yeah? We have mentioned areas that don't have schools, areas where children are learning under trees. These are the areas that matters most. Yet we have schools that are, the ghost schools that are getting funding without accountability or transparency on the same. So where we have the classrooms, the teachers, and implementation of policies, everything is being looked at while we are allocating these funds, while we are looking at the policies that will enable our children and future generations access quality education. And something just for us to finish this session with is, I'll say it in Swahili and translate. So, mtoto ni kama mmea, akipata mwanga na maji hukua vizuri. Meaning a child is like a plant, with light and water they flourish. So may we here, as educators, as policy makers, as parents, as the children ourselves, but also as the different stakeholders in the room, CSOs, NGOs, donors, and all that, let us be that light and water by committing to sustainably, first figuring out how we can get the money to implement all these things that are missing to achieve quality education for all our children. And then when we get this financing, think of how then we can implement, because Kenya has very nice policies. Our other problem is in terms of implementation of these policies. We've talked about ABET schools. We have missed out on the implementation, on making sure these schools actually work in the communities that they are. So then how can we then work in terms of financing and implementing these policies so that every child in the classroom is accessing quality education at the same level, and we don't have these disparities that we have had our panelists talk about. Thank you so much, and I want you to join me in appreciating our panelists in a warm round of applause. Back to you, Johnston.
Thank you. I think we've had a very interesting morning. They have now given us an edge for the next panelists as we move forward. So we want to break for our tea, and we'll give our guests the first priority. So we'll walk through this door. There's a door there. So we'll go walk straight. There's a door. There's already set. People are there waiting to serve us, so we can have our tea. I want us to try as much as possible. We take our tea in 30 minutes. So because it's a standing tea, it's not a sitting. So if we can do that, then we can be able to manage our time. So starting with our panelists, let's walk straight, get to have a cup of tea, and thank you so much for those inspiring speeches. And thank you, Roslyn.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Habari zenyu? How are you? Vijana wenye wako hapa, how are you ni? Wale wachanga kabisa wenye wako hapa, how are you? Yes. Thank you. Yes, I'm privileged to come before you here. I would have wished, okay, I know there are people are yet to come. As you've been told, my name is Boaz Waruku. I'm here in different capacities. I think with the intro already stated, I know that there's a team here that normally consults me on educational matters. The Elimu Bora working group, where are they? Because I advise them a lot on a lot of these things. Where are they? Elimu Bora, Sio Bora Elimu. Elimu Bora just need good quality education. Sio Bora Elimu. Eh? The membership is so varied, and they're here. I've also coordinated a lot of work on education across the continent of Africa and ANSEFA. And ANSEFA has presence in 38 countries of Africa. While I was here, I know I've been given, I've been given 8 hours, yeah? Thank you so much. While I was at the back there, I was very keen, I was very attentive. And because we have those wale wachanga, the younger ones, allow me, I'll be talking a little slowly so that then we get to communicate, not where at times we even try to pull punches. We have the little ones here. So in this case, I was carried by the eloquence of those young ones who are here. Can you give them a round of applause? I was listening to them, and I heard Gabriel say, I wish all schools were like Mangu High School. That was profound. That was profound, meaning it can be done, isn't it? And for those who may not have an idea of Mangu High School when you come here, almost every child, when you are going through the primary level, you are aiming to go to Mangu, because you go there, the teachers are there in adequate numbers, the classrooms excellent, dormitories excellent, laboratories excellent. The only school, one of the few schools with the aviation college, you land there, you see an aeroplane, So a school that will stimulate the mind of a young one. You'd wish that you can even go there and participate. And so Gabriel pointed something to us, and that's a public school, that it is possible to make schools of that standard. And indeed, that is why it is important to deal with issues of rights from the angle that there are principles and standards which you cannot moderate, which you cannot deviate from, which you cannot run away from. I said we have young ones, so we'll try to be a little down here where they are. And I heard of Lucy indicating to us that she wished that all the children were in school and learning. That she wished all our children were in school and learning. Those who are in the education sector would tell you that indeed it is possible to have everyone in school. The year 2003 in Kenya, the president then, Mwai Kibaki, declared education free and compulsory at the primary level. We had, for the young ones, there was, at the lower primary, grade 1, standard 1 then, there's somebody almost of my age, I'm almost 80, somebody almost of my age who went to class He went, bought uniform, and sat in a classroom. What did he say? I have been denied the chance to come to school because every time I wanted to go, I was being asked to pay fees, pay this charge, pay that charge. That person is called Kimani Maruge. May the Lord rest his soul in eternal peace. So 2003, Kenya became like the focus of almost everyone. And because of that, the boost that you're seeing in education enrollment continued. But when Lucy mentioned the children who are out of school, then I remembered and I actually checked the records. And the statistics show that in Kenya, as we speak, Lucy was actually speaking on behalf of the 2.5 million children who are out of school. She was speaking on their behalf. Even without knowing them by name, she spoke eloquently for them. As that was going on, Chanel, who specifically described the situation in the informal settlements we call slums, was very clear. How come we don't even have some public schools in some of those areas? And she was specific to the Mathare area of Nairobi. For those who may not be aware, Mathare is one of the most densely populated areas in Nairobi. A population of almost 500,000. Noah Depot and team, I mean, they've been reporting from the slums and all that. I know they've been trying to do a lot of work to let that information come out. And I know he indicated that at least there's some attempt to establish one public school. You imagine the population we are talking about. And so I can go on and on and on. And to the young ones who are here ahead of me, thank you so much. You actually now, I don't have to do any other introduction, but I have to spring. That is the protocol you have set. That's the protocol I'll use. Is that okay? And because of that, we should also understand that where we are at is a country that has been setting the pace in terms of anchoring the rights of everyone. And so those who are in doubt, those who could be guessing themselves, second-guessing others also, that whose responsibility is it to provide free, quality, inclusive education for everyone within the borders of Kenya? Whose responsibility? I did not hear you. Whose responsibility is it? Whose responsibility, Wadogo? Thank you. They are not saying anything new because the Constitution of Kenya, says under Article 43, I mean, those ones you can just note down, but the young ones, what you're saying is already anchored in the Constitution. You are not making a mistake. The Constitution is the mother and father of all laws. That anybody who goes astray, who walks away from it, is not doing the right thing. And that what they are saying, that the Constitution, that they have a right to free and compulsory basic education. Article 53. They are not saying something strange or wrong. They are actually on point. And those who are also saying that indeed in Kenya, the taxes, resources being collected are enormous, and saying we have just misuse, abuse, and all. The young ones have been listening to radios and television, isn't it? What happened to the last capitation grant to schools? Children, what happened? What happened? I just want to hear a voice so that you know that they know these things. I want to hear a voice. Can one just shoot up and say, what happened to the last capitation grant? Ile pesa inapelekwa shule. Nini ilifanyika? that money ended up in ghost schools. Some of it ended up in ghost schools, schools that do not exist. So when these people talk, they are not manufacturing things. In other words, the resources are there. And now, my colleague and friend Don Bonyo, how much has been allocated to education this year? I know he has it off-head. That's why I'm asking him. I don't ask hard questions to people who don't. Can you shout? I've heard. 701, that's what he's saying. He's whispering there. 701 billion Kenya shillings. Billion Kenya shillings. As he's saying that, the university students who is out of school because they were locked out due to new funding model, that university student, I forgot the name. What was the name? Yeah? Yes, Whitney. And Whitney, we have more than 100,000 in that category who could not go. But even those who went did not know that we are the lecture halls. Why? Because the lecturers were on strike. The lecturers were on? How much money were they asking for? How much? 7.9 billion. Oh yeah, 7.9 billion. How much money did I say is allocated to education? 701 billion. And how much money was given out just last 2 months to be used for the economic empowerment programs and the trips by the ministers and all that? 12 billion. But the children or the students at the universities did not learn because we could not give 7.9 billion. Tunaelewana? I'm not inciting anyone. I'm simply stating the truth as is. So we must listen to those young ones. They raised important things. And because of that, I've been asked to bring a panel. Where is it? I've been asked to bring a panel that would be helping us to look at university student at education at that tertiary level. And the way I'm also struggling, trying to ensure we communicate with everyone, please, I want to appeal to you. I know the students at the university at tertiary levels are like me when I used to be 18. They like using very big words. And they can do so much, yes, but I'm just trying to ask them to enable all of us to understand what they're saying. Is that okay? Yes, and there's Ray Junior Orek. Can you clap for them as they come? Okay, yeah, at least I said I was given 8 hours. Kumbe nimeambiwa it was not 8 hours. I have been told just before 1 o'clock we shall be done. Eh? Is that okay? Yes. So congratulations and welcome. Mararo Emmanuel Igade. I walked in and I saw many students and leaders of various formations, yes. Please come forward. And that clap ended before we had Mararo. Brenda Kiplimo. Brenda Kiplimo. Mm-hmm. Have I left one? Okay, yeah, sure. David Karane. David Karane. Thomas Odiambo. Thomas Odiambo. We have Boniface Opanyi. Boniface Opanyi. Kujeni mbio mbio. Any come fast. Eh? We have Tom Ogada. Yeah. I think there's The Secretary General of the National Parents Association was to be here, but has been replaced by Seth Kabiro. Is that okay? Seth, please come forward. Ndugu Johnston, you found when I had moved this to the sides, you brought it at the center. Now this is part of the problem we may be having. So how it will be doing that? That's okay. No, just take your seat, Karani, and all that. Yeah. So, gentlemen, these people's CV, I've seen it has been summarized. These people's CV are very long. They can take a whole day just trying to help you understand what they do, who they are, and all. And because of that, I may not attempt even to read any, because one is a whole page, but that is a summary of it. But these are leaders in their own right, and they're leaders who are going to help us get an understanding, basically, on how inclusive are our public education, particularly at the tertiary level. The progress that has been made, the challenges that have been there, they are to help us understand that. And I'll be starting just the same way the list that was given to me, I'll use that list. From where you are, Junior, what do you think the challenges that are there? What do you think are some of those challenges from where you are? He comes from the Technical University of Kenya, the one in Nairobi. I know there's another one in Mombasa, but he comes from the Technical University. From your lens as a student leader, what are some of these challenges? Will I be sharing this with them? I thought there was another mic. Yeah, start from that end. Yeah. So just use about 3 minutes, because these are the opening statements, remarks, and will be interactive. We'll be allowing our audiences here to help us understand. And as he's speaking, the other grounding I needed to have and enable you understand is that the discussion about it is even what our Constitution and the law says. Our Constitution is so clear that the government must do all it takes to ensure that our young people access tertiary education within TVETs and the universities to the highest attainable levels, Article 55. Tunaelewana hapo? Are we together on that? But the government, it is not an obligation, it is not a suggestion, it is already stated there. And that our parliament also has attempted to provide certain legislations. Now, these are acts of parliament. See, from constitution, which is very strong, solid, you come to the acts of parliament, that the parliamentarians also caged this within our University Education Act, TVET Act, you know, all those legislations. And yet, Junior, where we are still having these challenges, what are the problems in there, and how are you dealing with them? What do you think also should be done? 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon once more. Good afternoon again. First of all, I'll start with, again, introduction of myself. I'm Rio Rek, the Academic Secretary of the Technical University of Kenya. And I'm very privileged to get the platform to express deeply what students feeling, because in the first place, I'm a student before becoming a student leader. And also there are very critical articles, that's Article Act 2012 of the CAP 210, Section 41, that recognizes me as a student, being in the Students' Association, and also the right of education. So first of all, to start with, is that there's something that we used to hear, maybe from the students' fraternity. They complain about, they are saying that we are suffering. And would you like to know more about this, whether it's true or not true? I can tell you it's really true. The students' fraternity, we are suffering, and we are suffering because of successively the people's fate. The people who need to represent us in different platforms. I can say that starting from the government level, the people who are there to represent us are suppressed in their oversight role. And just to start with, some of the challenges we are facing the institutional level, number one is the underfunding or unequal funding of the university capitations. And to start with, we have the HELB funds, we have the NFM, there's the complex one, which we are trying to understand and to cope up with. By the process of trying to understand the NFM, we are getting again into a new context of the policy that was introduced, that is the MTI-based policy. So this MTI-based policy, when it was brought about, the goal was to make every student to equally or with uniformity to get the funds. But it turns out differently, because if you look at the policy, most of the students have been affected. When someone was paying 30,000 in a year as fee, by now it's paying 60,000, and then we say the new funding model is good. Okay. Again, challenges that are affecting students currently is their mental health issues, because you find now the lecturers were on strike and nothing is there to keep the student busy. And that's a perspective to keep the students engaged, not to participate in different activities that can ruin their life. And again, you find that the students were perplexed in that situation. They never knew what to do next, because we are in school, we are kept in school on hold, the lecturers are not there, and then we need to use money, because most of the students who are living within Nairobi, they are living by themselves. The hostels are not enough. And request the government if it could check into this matter deeply. We get enough hostels for the students, if that's helping the students, if getting equity into action. Another thing that you're facing as student leaders now is participating in decision-making opportunities in the campus level. That you find there are some decisions that are just made even without the inclusion of the student leaders, even without the general inclusion of the students. And then we get on what is best for them. And what happens turn out differently, because some policies just come out. The students were not engaged in this one, and then it turns out to affect them greatly. So with all these, we're requesting the government intervention. We're requesting the institutional intervention, and mostly to the people who are representing us in different platforms. We are requesting the members of parliament who are suppressed in their oversight roles to come out and speak for the students boldly, because all we know is that for every one of us to be here, to know how to read and to write, and also to know how to do everything perceptively, it's through education. And education is the heart and the engine of the economy of a country. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I've realized I'm also the timekeeper. And so your 1 minute extra was a bonus because I'd not started keeping the time. And Emmanuel, you are a student also at the Technical University of Kenya. And you're actually specializing on issues which are very close to the heart of the young ones, technology and all. What are some of the challenges that you are encountering as a student there? And how are you dealing with them? And please go ahead, even indicate to us what you wished could have been done much better. 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. So, good afternoon. My name is Mararo Emmanuel Igathe. I'm a third-year student at the Technical University of Kenya, pursuing Bachelor of Technology in Information Technology. I'm also a student leader at the Technical University of Kenya, representing persons, the students with disability. So the main problem that us, the students with disability, are facing at the Technical University of Kenya is mainly accessibility, in that you find some classes, most of the classes, they're story houses. So you find that a class is at 10th floor, and you find that sometimes you can't go all that up, and there are no lifts, there is no ramps at the school, and you find that some of the students who have they have crutches, they use crutches, 2 crutches or even 1 crutch, and they can't go up there. Some of them, they have chronic fatigue disability, and they can't go up there, and the classes are at 10th floor or even 14th floor. Yeah, so that is among the main problems we are facing. And also another problem that we have been facing, it concerns, we also have the students who are visually impaired. The main problem that they have been facing, they're not fully blind, they're not fully visually impaired, they're partially visually impaired. So you find that at a time in the back, they used to be given normal font of paper, so or they're given a white colored paper, which is hurting their eyes, and you find that they can't see. Yes. So the solution that I can give is that they should make the university facilities to be accessible. If they have the desk, some of the desks should be smaller for the students who are short stature, and then for the washrooms, they should also be made accessible and comfortable for use for the students who have disabilities, because some of them, they can't use these normal washrooms. You find that it is uncomfortable for them. Yeah. Also, they can put the lifts and the ramps. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Listening to him, you just hear he's actually telling you what our system should look like, which is already provided for. And he's saying he wished that that would be done, that accessibility should be enhanced. I think those of you who know that that is anchored within our Article 54 of the Constitution, that all the students, children, and all students, learners with disability, have got a right to access the education which is integrated within the society in a manner that they do not have any barriers or blockades. You block out or you remove all those blockades. And I think the question and the ask that is making is how come that is not being done? Some areas have lifts, some areas do not have lifts, and even if they have lifts, how do they access them? So thank you, Emmanuel. And Brenda, you are also a 4th year student. Of course, you are among the students who are trying to help us reimagine the future through architecture, design, and all. And there you are at KU being trained to be an architect. You are also a leader there. What are some of the challenges that you're encountering there, and what would you suggest should be done to have them addressed? Go ahead, 3 minutes.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Brenda. I'm a member of National Student Caucus at Kenyatta University, and I'm also a gender advocate in that case. And the major challenge that we face as students, it's gender and safety concerns, whereby this affects mostly women. Women are more vulnerable to such situations. And what I could advocate for is a safer environment should be created and enforce protection policies. And also, the new funding model has really made students to discontinue school. Most of them have deferred school, and it has affected a big percentage of students who are to join universities between last year and this year. And also financial hardship in that the disbursement of help is usually being delayed. And for instance, now, most batch numbers have not yet been paid to students. And also rising tuition and accommodation fees is also another challenges that many students face. which also leads to students to defer school temporarily or even quit school. Yeah, basically that.
Thank you, Brenda. Safety issues within schools. We have even laws governing how we should ensure that is enhanced, not just within where they are training, but even the entire compound when they are within KU. But the aspect of financing which she's bringing out, she's already indicating there are some who are dropping out. For the first time in Kenya, we are having dropouts on the basis of inability to pay fees. Is the funding model helping or making the things worse? Is it helping or making the things worse? That's the question that yourselves you should be pondering. I need to disclose that I'm an interested party when it comes to that, because there are 4 parties that went to court to block that funding model. I'm one of the parties, and so I would only allow you then to continue discussing that. So from there, I would suggest that we skip to Karani, because Karani, you have a unique opportunity to help us address these matters. I know it deals with children or students with disability, how they are able to address these matters, and is addressing this from a parent perspective. He is a parent representing those parents with, who have children with disability. What are the challenges that you face, that the children are telling you, and how should they be addressed? Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is David Karani. I'm the interim chair of the Association of Parents to Children with Special Needs. This was formed as the need to have the voice of caregivers out there. As you've just heard, learners with disability are facing challenges, and at times the first person who becomes an advocate for their children, a parent is a person who's supposed to be actually an advocate for their children, to ensure that actually your children gets what they deserve in terms of rights. So this opportunity to talk about these issues that are happening, it's a very, the issue of SNE is a very big issue concerning equality. Learners with disability in the country have been facing a lot of discrimination in terms of teachers, even from teachers to schools to equipment. It has been a very, very huge, there's been a very huge gap, I think, which needs a lot of people and everyone to come in and be able to push this. One example that comes to my mind is when they were recruiting teachers for JSS. Funny enough, they did not recruit any teacher for the SNE schools. We had to do a petition to actually, for them to remember that also they need to also recruit teachers for schools, those schools that need special needs teachers. So at times they're forgotten, but now it's upon the parents now to ensure that their children are kept in the map. So what we've, as a member of also, I've also, through this, I've also gotten to join a lot of civil society groups. I'm also a human rights defender. I was a human rights defender before I became a parent. So being a human rights defender and being blessed with a child who is differently abled, my son is autistic. So I realized that those parents are not organized. So when I got there, the first thing I did was to organize them and told them you cannot be sitting around calling government with everyone in their corner. Government listens to people who are organized. So that's how we started. When we organized, and now we came together and decided this is now the things that we need to do. There are challenges that are there. Like just this recently, the learners who are sitting for their exams, some of them, those who are visually impaired, have not had books. The time they were in grade, they usually get books 1 year later. the brails. So you can imagine a year later, when others are doing some what they're supposed to be, the work, the scheme of work they're supposed to be doing in that grade, you guys are doing something for last year. So they've been left behind, which I think it's unfair. Because every time you find there are issues of books, KSCD will tell you we are revising, but the time they're releasing, before it's translated to Braille, it takes time. And also skilling, teachers. Some of the schools you find teachers are not able to actually help these learners because they lack something as simple as a caregiver. You'd find sometimes the teachers in these schools have been reduced to now caregivers. Because you'd find maybe a class that has maybe 10 autistic children, this teacher needs somebody, a caregiver, who can be able to help around when he's teaching. He can be able to help these learners who sometimes maybe they have other issues. So I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done to ensure that actually learners with disability get opportunities. Because I always tell people, as much as government will tell you there is opportunity for persons with disability, disability is not a qualification. You'll not say, now I have a disability, I don't need to go to school. You still need to present your papers. Even when you go to those offices, they'll tell you, yes, you have a disability, yeah, but now, what are your qualifications? So to enable these children to compete in a level playing ground, there's a lot that needs to be done. As much as civil society is calling out, also individual parents, I'd urge all individual parents to be able to actually go out there and ensure that their children get inclusive education. So in those schools where you sit in boards, you ensure that you tell them where is the unit for those learners who are differently abled. Because I always say when they learn together, they live together. This issue of special schools where they are kept away, and then when they come they come back to the community, the learners have never seen a person with disability and they are worried. They even wonder. They keep on staring at them. But when they know these are people in our school and they've learned together, they even know how to assist and when to assist. So it becomes a very good environment where they can be able to live and learn together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. From the parents' perspective, you hear that and the challenges they encounter each and every day. The parents and the siblings of the children are staying with them. Also, when the others do not get to access that learning or the knowledge, even to communicate with them, that becomes problematic. How is the government facilitating all that process? The teachers who are supposed to help teach them, if they are not posted there, it means the other teachers who went through a curriculum that did not inbuild these specialized skills are left now to deal with it, and they don't know how to go about it. That's a serious challenge, and indeed we witness it almost every other day when you go. And by the way, as we speak about that, you know, the issue that in previous years, we even had cases where children with disability were not even being taken to school. In fact, there are some homes and families who thought that because your child has got a disability, then that child, they were using very terrible and bad terminologies which should not be used. Some were even kept behind the houses when guests are around. And that is what we are trying to break and ensure that all of us, created in the image of God, must have that chance to go to school. And from the parent, you've listened to the practical experiences is sharing with us. Thomas, give us the experience, now on your right, give us the experience you have operating from Mukuru. I know when I'm in Nairobi, I'm among those who go, you know, you don't know whether you are in Kwanjenga, Kwa Ruben, but the Mukurus, representation of our informal settlements, what others call slums. I think we started calling them, those are people settlements which need to be upgraded and enabled to have environment envisaged within our constitution, Article 43. So it should be made better. What are the challenges that the children and the parents and even the teachers, the stakeholders within Mukuru are encountering in ensuring that the right of every child there and the learning needs of those children are met. Can you use the 3 minutes to help us understand? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. My name is Thomas Ocheng Opana Odhiambo, but in Mukuru, I'm privileged to have an AKA or for this or that, so just call me or this or that. That's a name I was given by the youth in Mukuru because I'm always here doing this and that. Currently, I'm working with the Mukuru Daima Youth Hub, which is a youth-led community-based organization operating in Mukuru. But before then, I was working with the Ruben FM, a community radio station in Mukuru. So I worked with Ruben FM for 9 good years as the radio station manager, and I started at Get FM as a radio station manager as well. Just to come straight away to the question you've asked me, Mukuru, just like any other informal settlement, faces a number of challenges as far as education is concerned. Number one is poverty and financial constraints. We all understand that this is an informal settlement and most people are living below the poverty line. So that is a very major challenge in Mukuru in regards to supporting education. There is the overcrowding and under-resourced schools. I was just doing my research down there and just realized that Mumias East constituency has 54 public schools, public primary schools, 54. Then I was just trying to compare with the Mukuru, which is found in Embakasi South constituency. Embakasi South constituency is one of the most densely populated constituencies that we have in Kenya. Unfortunately, it only has 4 public schools. And the 4 public schools, we only have 2 secondary schools and 2 primary schools. The 2 secondary schools that we have, one is a girls' school, that is Embakasi Girls, and it is a national school right in the middle of Mukuru. If you go to Embakasi Girls Secondary School, for instance, and just try to find out the number of children or the number of learners in that school who are from Mukuru community, you realize that it does not even add up to 10%. Most of the learners, they are coming from the different but it's located in Mukuru community. The most recent one is Ruben Secondary School, which was just established 3 years ago. So initially, if you go down the line like 5 years ago, Mukuru kwa Ruben did not have any secondary school until when Ruben Secondary School was established recently. So that is a challenge. And if you were to compare the few private schools that we have, we've worked with Each Rights, and we had a campaign we were running on Come Twende Shule. You realize that some of the schools that we have in Mukuru, the private ones, are not offering quality education. Some of them do not even have the resources. Like let's say, for instance, during games time, if you go to Mukuru, all the private schools, including the one that I've mentioned, the Ruben Secondary School, they're using one field, the Ruben grounds. So you go to that field at 3:10 p.m., you have more than 1,000 learners using one field. So the issue of resources in Mukuru is a very big challenge. Then poor learning environment. Mukuru is situated in industrial area. We have so many industries there. And this leads to a lot of air pollution, noise pollution that interrupts the learning sessions in the schools. We also have cases of early pregnancy in Mukuru. We've run projects as a youth organization, and anytime you're doing a proposal, anytime you're having a public participation, the issue of early pregnancies is always like the big animal. So it should be through collaboration efforts from stakeholders and also the schools that we have in Mukuru. There is also the aspect of drug and substance abuse. This has reduced school attendance and also affected the discipline level among the learners in the school. We also have the young parents in the community. They lack adequate parenting, mentorship, and training. When the learners were presenting here, one of the challenges that they are facing as learners is child labor, which is very true in Mukuru. A parent goes to work in the evening, when they come back at 4:30, they give groundnuts and some other small items to their children, watembee wakiuza, child is not able to attend to their learning in the next day vizuri, because yesterday I was out here trying my mom who probably raised school fees or something, and if we are not going to do something as stakeholders, this really is going to affect the learning of our children. The last one I'll mention, that we have so many youth groups in the settlements in the Republic of Kenya. I realize as much as we have these so many youth organizations in the community, most of them are not registered. And if they're not registered, it means they lack the legal documents. And we've had the issues of child safeguarding. The youth groups are claiming that they are addressing child safeguarding. They are not registered. They have not been trained on child safeguarding. So how will they understand child safeguarding when they are addressing matters related to children? So I'm calling upon the different youth groups that we have in the community to ensure that they are registered, they have the legal documents, and they are also, the members of those groups are also trained on matters child safeguarding and other policies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Or this or that. Or this or that, you've raised numerous issues. I don't have to repeat them, but some two outstanding ones. There are no playgrounds. How is learning taking place without that? CBC, CBE, for instance, is modeling or training our children even to take the pathway of sport and arts. It's art and sports. How do we develop that from that tender age? But it's also brought the aspect that within that small space, the pollution from the industrial area and all, those things are dangerous. But the thing connected to sexual exploitation of the children, and because it's also talking of safeguarding matters, but sexual exploitation of the children, early pregnancies you mentioned and things like that. What exactly is the government supposed to do or expected to do to address those? Because these are things which we are encountering almost each and every day. Given more time, it would give you even specific details of cases that they even follow up, isn't it? Yeah, so those are the areas that we want. Because you remember the young ones, the children talked about, even when we are talking of access by all, access should include quality, should include safety. That came from them, isn't it? Those children told us that having children in school, there must also be access, even if you increase the enrollment. But when, there should also be quality, even if you increase the enrollment. But with that quality, must also have the safety component. So this or that, thank you for the work that you're doing. I'll be jumping Ogada, because I know your colleague Opany has been, is also in the media, isn't it? Yeah, you're dealing with the media, just because you can speak just after him, just to help us understand some of the specific cases or the issues you're encountering, which are not enabling our children to access their right to education in those areas. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Boniface Ochieng Opany. I work with Radio Domus, a community radio station in Kajiado, as the station manager. I also support the Association of Kenya Community Media Operators as their resource mobilization person. And of course, also just to mention that community radio stations are not just like normal radio stations that you listen to. These are radio stations that are born out of a course, and they serve a particular geographic area. Like for example, when these were talking about Ruben FM. Ruben FM was born to serve Mkuru kwa Ruben. So it covers that particular area, harvests sentiments from that particular area. And as community radio stations, I have to say that we were very privileged to be part of the operation Back to School that was started in 2015 through to 2023. But then when we brought in community radio stations post-COVID to bring back kids to school, and of course also ensure that they are retained, that is when they harvested enough results of around 305,000 kids being taken to school. And that shows how media is a powerful tool when used very well in the community. Now, for me not to repeat what all this has said, I just want to pick on some of the things that when we were having some of these conversations within our communities, we were able to identify. One issue is the issue of the busing or school transport. This is an issue within the Nairobi metropolitan. For example, I stay in Ngong, and most of the kids or learners from Mbulbul try to access learning in Karen because some of the schools there, they are not able to get learning. So when you find that early in the morning, children are at the stage waiting to board matatus, but you find that due to the level of poverty in their homes, they are not able to afford that 20 bob in the morning to go to Karen so that they can walk to Karen C school. So they are at the mercies of the conductors who may bring them on board or may not bring them on board. One thing that comes out is that at the end of the day, this learner will be late to school or will not go to school at all. The other thing is that when they are onboarded into those vehicles, they get overcrowded, and this may lead to accidents. And putting children's lives at danger is not something that Kenya should be proud of at this time. I believe that for Nairobi County, there is a busing bill that is being discussed to enable stakeholders to connect and see how children can be helped in terms of how they go to school and how they come back home. The other thing that came out clearly was the issue of hunger and starvation. And this was seen even during COVID-19 and even post-COVID-19 and during droughts, especially in the ASAL areas, where you find that kids are unable to go to school because they are hungry. And the government is also unable to provide food in these schools. In schools where the government or the local organizations or NGOs were able to come together to provide food, you could see parents lining up during lunchtime to also get access to this food. So these are situations that as a country we should not be in at this time. And I believe that Kenya has all the systems and has all the policies, has all the structures, but then the implementation becomes difficult. For example, for us who are working on radio, we would want to bring in trusted persons to speak about issues in the community, to avoid issues around disinformation. But if you go to a government official that you want them to come on radio, they will take you through a long queue of bureaucratic people that you need to talk to so that they can come to the radio. And that is something that should not be happening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just listening to you, I think one would get a feeling that, the gaps being pointed out actually then make it possible for some parents even just to give up and some learners to give up. Not so. And probably that is why when you see now in the alternative is how would we still help bridge that gap so that the rights of all the learners, all the children, all the youth in those areas to access the education and not fall off. Because when they do so, then probably you are indicating to us there are some people then who will come in to capitalize on that void. And I think there's Seth who probably would be helping us to understand briefly just around that. And maybe what you may need to help us understand, because you come from a private institution, isn't it? Yes. How have they then come in? What are the factors which make the private institutions in Kenya, as we speak now, they're actually thriving more than the public universities? What is being done there, which again then is making it almost impossible for other learners elsewhere to actually access their right to education in the public institution? Go ahead, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. My name is Seth Kabiru Wanjohi. I am from the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. I currently serve as the head of the Faculty of Law. And as we have been taken through and as we have understood, Education in itself is a right that is ascertained to each and every person, primarily through the ascertainment of basic education. And as it was earlier mentioned, as per now the speaker who was speaking, we were reminded about the social contract theory. And being a student of the law, it's important for us to always understand that even the taxation, which we consistently say and speak about, it is a form of surrender. It is us giving our money to the government because there is the ascertainment of security. And this security in this time and age is education, because education is our future. That is what they tend to secure. And as I stand here and even trying to answer the question that I've been asked, what are private institutions doing that allow for the education to be more progressive, more realizable, and at the same time also now bring about the disparity? In my positioning, first of all, I think being in such an engagement, I do acknowledge that it is privilege. It is privilege. It is privilege. Because we cannot be able to overlook the virtue that systemic vibrancy is so critical to the realization of education. The virtue that we have complaints on the funding systems, the virtue that we have delays, even in the setup loaning systems within the government where students are supposed to be able to access funds in order to be able to get this education that is supposed to be granted to them, accurately states that at this point in time, in this age and era, in our country, education is a privilege. People don't study because they are expected to. They study because maybe their parents have money or they know someone who knows somebody else. And as I stand here today, the model within our university is when students come, they're able to pay their fee structure. If their fee structure is paid, they're able to do their exams. Inadvertently, the Catholic University does partner, or rather used to partner with the government. And as was brought forth in the year 2023, once they revised the university funding models, what happened is even when students were placed by COOPS, which is the organization that picks up students, immediately you finish your KCSE, they look at your grade, they look at your cluster points. If you have merited to be in any course, they put you into that course. So COOPS was able to place students in various privatized institutions that had openly accepted to partner with the government. And the agreement was they would pay a certain amount of their school fee, and now they would be left with catering for the rest of the burden. Now, from the year 2023, me myself being a student that was placed into the Catholic University of Western Africa by COOPS, I have never received any form of partial funding. Yeah. My parents have catered for my school fee all the way since I started from first year all the way to where I am right now. And that outrightly is a very, very, very big disparity. Looking at private institutions and now centering on why they have worked because there are people who are privileged, let me say quote unquote, privileged to access education. We have parents who have money in abundance, and therefore they can be able to pay that money to their students. But as well, it is very important for us to be able to note that even in the systemization of private-public partnerships, these same institutions are supposed to be accessed by everyone, not just the people who have that money. And that is why there is the organization of that level of partnering and coming together. And why have we thrived? We have thrived because people are paying their money. If a student comes and he's put into that university and for one reason or the other they are not able to clear up the whole sum, it becomes a burden. It becomes a reason for them to defer. But I will stand here and really acknowledge that the Catholic University has taken very, very good steps in ensuring that there is the envisionment of inclusivity. This is because in our school we have let me speak about 3 different programs that are present and have really, really helped in ascertaining that regardless of your background, regardless of where you come from, you can still be able to get this education. They have the Cardinal Lutunga Fund. The Cardinal Lutunga Fund is an annual drive where students are called to be able to raise funds through the washing of cars, the doing of, they play golf, they call for fundraisers, they're able to raise money so that if there's any student who has been placed in the university and they cannot be able to pay their whole fee, the school is able to offer a partial scholarship. They have work-study programs, provided you can be able to ascertain that you are a student that is in need. They give you that opportunity to be able to do it. And above that, they're constantly putting us in a positioning where if there is an opportunity to do more, regardless of your background, you can still access it. Hence, speaking from my perspective and speaking from the perspective of private institutions, I can say that they have thrived because regardless of it being a privilege, they have tried their best to be able to assure the existence of inclusivity.
Thank you, Seth. Listening to Seth, you get a feel which most of us encounter almost every day, that with directing or investing resources in the learning institution, then things would improve. In fact, so many of us, including the research that we've done in collaboration with the University Academic Staff Union, as of now, as we speak, you'll find that many of our learners who are dropping out from the public universities are actually drifting to the private institution because of what is trying to portray. But we ask ourselves, whose responsibility is it to provide resources for our students to be in these public universities? Whose responsibility is it to ensure that the funds also given there are able to update our learning equipment, our workshops, our laboratories, and to support the teachers, the lecturers, as they need? Because the difference that you're seeing here is an abandonment. Public sector abandoned. The private sector, they are still continuing to thrive. That's the term you're using. But the private sector is not huge. It is a small portfolio. The moment the public sector collapses, then over 80% of the learners would be stranded. That is on the basis of the research that we've had conducted jointly with the UASU. The moment that is not done, then we'll definitely be collapsing that public sector. And the children of the most marginalized, the poor, would not be privileged, the term he used, would not be privileged to access education at those levels. So these challenges, it means there's something that requires to be done, and they can be done. There's one colleague of ours here, Ogada. Yeah, there's Ogada. I brought you last because Ogada comes from TISA is the Institute of Social Accountability, but they are also the anchor of Okoa Uchumi. Okoa Uchumi is a Kiswahili coining that means rescue the economy. Eh? Is that the right translation? Yes, rescue the economy. Economy has been down and all. And what Okoa Uchumi does is going to help us understand this, and particularly in line with the discussion. Why, what is happening that is making our public education institutions not to thrive, that is making, creating the opportunities for parents and even those learners to think private, because if the public education is failing, it means they'll not be at home and resting. What has Okoa Uchumi gathered? What information has Okoa Uchumi gathered that would help us understand this element of access, or the right of these students to access education at the basic level, basic education level, and the tertiary level? And what should be done so that the situation is improved within the public education sector? Please have your 3 minutes. Just before that, I've been given a list here. I know I want to step out briefly because Linda would be taking over to continue the moderation, because there was a media event that had been called, and I've been asked to ask the following people simply to step out briefly and engage with the media, then you will all resume. Johnston, the learners who presented, who are in the panel one, I hope there's been a formal clearance so that you, because you know you don't expose the, of course. Thank you. Then that's okay. Then Carol Omoyo, one of the panelists here, Karani, Kiki Stacy, Michelle, and Frida Mutinda. Please, let's step out there. And in the meantime, Bonogada, Okoa Uchumi has been doing a lot just to help Kenya understand that it is not lack of resources. There's something else which is not making us service the social sector, education, health, and all that. For today, focus on education. What is it that is making us not to perform as per the expectations, despite the legal and all these frameworks we have? How come when you look at the other side, then the private side is somehow enabled in a way to thrive. That's the term he has used. What is it that we are faced with, and what should be done? If not done urgently, then the entire public education sector will collapse. Please have your 3 minutes. And Linda, please come to continue.
Okay, thank you for that, Boaz. My name is Tom Ogada from the Institute for Social Accountability. Good afternoon, fellow taxpayers. Good afternoon once again. That was deliberate because someone said not all Kenyans are paying taxes. That is misinformation from where I sit or from where I stand. In 2024 finance bill, one of the things that we were contesting with was introduction of taxes on bread. Who doesn't eat bread? There was something, there was a proposal to increase 16% VAT on bread. That tells you that all of us, nearly all of us actually are taxpayers. The other example is there was also a proposal to introduce taxes on sanitary pads. So, and which is also a majority of us are using it, if not directly, indirectly. Okay? So my name is Tom Ogada from the Institute for Social Accountability, that is TISA. Allow me to introduce myself differently today. One, I come from a family of teachers. My grandfather, from my mom's side, was a teacher. My grandfather from my dad's side was also a teacher. My dad was a teacher. At some point, I've also tried teaching. My mom also tried teaching under the former PTA structure. So that is in TISA, one of the areas that I lead our work in education through the support that we get from Oxfam Kenya. So that I think is enough reason for us to delve into this. I've been asked what Okoa Uchumi has gathered as one of the challenges that we are facing. One of the things that I want to take us through is when we talk about taxation in the country, the cost of education is one of the challenges that is affecting people from the marginalized communities, especially the poor and the vulnerable. The cost of education. In 2013, before 2013, textbooks that are being used were exempt. They were exempt from the 16% VAT. Okay? Then when it came to 2013, that was removed. And what happened? That increased the cost of books, which is a very key thing in education, because when we can't access materials, when we can't get affordable materials or at affordable rates, those who are coming from poor families and poor communities will not have the opportunity that the privileged would have. The other thing is printing papers in the same year. That plays a very huge role across learning institutions in the country. The imported duty was increased from 10% to 25%. What happens? The cost still does what? Goes high. So one of the things that has happened, there was a period, if you look at your statistics, the cost of education the cost of learning materials really went high. And those are some of the things that caused it. When we move to there are different models we've tried to see the government is trying to bring to ensure that education improves in the country. And the latest one is CBC, CBE, and also the introduction of the new higher education funding model. One of the things that we thought as Kenyans when the idea was being sold to us, that one, the quality was going to increase or improve. And 2, accessibility was going to be better. That is what was sold to Kenyans. But when we look at the reality, we can't see what was promised. When we look at, when we listen to the first panel, they said that one of the challenges parents are experiencing is the hidden costs that CBC or CBE has come with. Are we aware that there are some hidden costs? If you look at our institutions across, I'm still measuring on the cost of learning today. Be it secondary schools, be it primary schools, be it universities, there are a lot of hidden costs here and there. You take your child to join a secondary school today, you will be paying things that were not included in the fee structure. And sometimes they are even more than the costs. Sometimes they take that cost to, let's say the fee itself was 53,000 or 55,000, like the ministry, based on the ministry circulations, but you end up parting with over 100,000 just to admit your child or to admit a learner to the school. If you go, the same happens if you want to take your child from pre-primary to the primary section, and they are going to be admitted in another institution. You have to pay the admission fee. Some schools ask for 5,000, some ask for 10,000, some ask for 15,000, some even ask for more. So there are these. And the other component that we've also found out is the illegal levies. Hello? There are other aspects of illegal levies. Do you know that today students cannot graduate if they don't, in universities that is, if they don't pay certain fees that have been, you might have cleared the fee. 1, you must clear with the gown. Currently it is one of the requirements before you are cleared to graduate. You have to pay for the gown. 2, you cannot collect your academic certificate when all these are not met. So these are also delaying the students, those who are supposed to graduate, from accessing the job market. With the Lumubora working group, there is something that we noticed when we are comparing what my colleague here said between private and public universities. Allow me give an example of Moi University in Eldoret. Just recently, I think 2-3 weeks ago, learners from Moi University, especially from medical students, there are some who are saying they have been there for 9-10 years. They are yet to graduate, but they cannot graduate, 1, because of the continued unrest and management issues in Moi University. That is a public institution. Their colleagues in private universities graduated a long time ago, and these are the people they are supposed to compete with, or they are supposed to see as their peers in the job market. And when we see what we see, like the recent strike, lecturer strike that happened, do you think it was happening in the private institutions? Learning was continuing. And now we want to talk about the issue of quality. Quality is also another problem that we are also seeing. When learners in the public universities stay at home, and learners in private institutions, they are in school, can these two people compete? We want to see what is going to happen between now and December or January. The syllabus is going to be rushed to make sure that the lost time is covered. Are we going to have quality time and quality learning taking place? That is where we are going to see half-baked graduates in the street, and we expect to have doctors who will perform surgeries. We expect to have teachers who will be able to teach students or teach learners in the right way. So those are some of the challenges. Another thing that I want to talk about is the issues of natural calamities. I cannot forget to speak about this. It was in news yesterday. The issues of drought, the issues of floods, and there was also just a landslide in Elgeyo Marakwet the other day. I was observing the numbers that were given for, was it Mandera? Yesterday, how drought is affecting people there. This is affecting learners. And I also want to give us an example of the COVID-19. We were being told that around when learning was supposed to resume normally, around 2 million learners did not go back to school because they had now gone to other activities to support their families. The same is happening when water is a scarcity and people have to walk 20 kilometers to go and look for water. Okay? At what time? That is taking 4 hours. At what time will they come and access education or go to school? So what I'm saying is, when we look at the resources that we are having as a country, the resources are not prioritized. I didn't, because Boaz instructed me, I didn't want to talk about the budget issues. But one of the our problem starts from the budgeting process. Our problem starts from the budgeting process. I know my time is up, but allow me to bring this into our attention. One of the issues that is affecting all this is the cost of debt servicing. Okay? The cost of debt servicing that is affecting all the challenges that we've all explained here. One of the things that I want to indicate is the introduction of the structural adjustment programs in the 1980s. IMF and World Bank came up with conditionalities to ensure that the fiscal deficit is reduced, but one of the targeted sectors was education, where they were demanding that education, there must be a balance. Parents must support what? Education. And we saw that is where there were shifts in resource allocations and there were austerity towards education sector. And that has continued all through. I don't want to go beyond that because of time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd like us to give another round of applause to all our panelists for all that they've shared. And now we're going to take a round of questions. My name is Linda Odor-Noah from Oxfam International. So we'll take 3 questions to the panelists. If you could just put your hands up, I'll come round. All the way up. Sorry? You have an additional concern or question?
So, good afternoon once again. Mtaniruhusu niongee na Kiswahili ndio lugha ya mama. So, iko hivi kwa mimi naitwa Valentine Onyango, coming from Mukuru Informal Settlement. Hapa nimewakilisha pia akijamii. Na ningesema kuna kitu kidogo pia tumesahau yenye inafanya mashule kidogo private inachapa public kidogo. So ya kwanza ni, let's say for instance watu wa Marsabit. Unapata mwalimu mmoja kutoka huko, kila saa ni vita, drought na vitu zingine zinahappen huko. Mwalimu mmoja anafundisha watoto 70. Atakuwa na enough time ya ku go through all these people. Apate ni shida iko wapi ndio mtu ataweza kuperform. Unapata ni ngumu, anakuwa overwhelmed. Hapo unapata pia walimu kidogo hajapewa pesa. Inabidi ule mwenye mzazi atauza ng'ombe zake pale, ampatie kitu. Atashughulika na mtoto wake. So unapata tunakuwa na private school ndani ya public school. So mwalimu ako ndani ya shule ambayo ni public, lakini atakuwa tena ni private institution ndani hapo kwa wale wanatoa do. So mwenye atoi do hatashughulikiwa. So unapata inaweka gap. Mtoto mwingine mwenye amachiliwa pale ananyang'anywa light yake ama kuna vile light yake imezibwa. So unapata that's one of the thing pia ina to affect. Another thing ni ikisema mambo na insecurity. Unapata watu wanaenda shule all the way wanatoka Nairobi wanaenda Marsabit wengine wanaenda wapi. All ni huko unapata wako peke yao. Mambo yanafanyika unapata kila saa news. Kuna shule imechomeka au mara kidogo under the mental aspect unapata mtoto alichoma shule, drug substance ziliingia. Kuna wale wahuni wako huko wameanza kuuzia madawa, watoto wanadunga na visu. So unapata hizi vitu zote ni changa ya watu wetu kupata bad education within those lines. So mimi ningeomba sana gava tusidanganyane ati tunaizungusha do inakatwa kwa tax zetu. Taongelea kusio story. Walipe walimu wapatiane good quality education bila kubagua mwanafunzi yoyote.
Thank you so much. Two more.
Okay. Good afternoon. Okay, my name is Evans Omolo. I'm coming from Mathare, the slum that has been talked about. So my point goes straight to or this or that. Good afternoon once again. Okay, if we can make or this or that points to be clear and understood in a serious way, I think these public schools can be used as an example in some times to come. I think to me, in this generation, we should have private schools as the next option, whereby public schools are overtaking them in a manner that a parent just come up with her own mind. I just want to test my child in private school, not because public school lacks what the parents need. This is what is going to affect it mostly, because me as a parent, I'll not be happy to see my child suffering in a public school whereby private school are everything that it takes to make my child be somebody in future. So let's take this public school story serious, and let's make government look at us in a serious manner. Then we don't think if this kind of complaint will rise again and make us think that Kenya is going astray, whereas the government is the one making us to go astray. Only that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the excellent panel. This is David Archer from ActionAid again. I think when we're faced with some very misleading figures sometimes about what percentage of the national budget the government of Kenya commits to education. The figures are misleading because they figure out the percentage of the budget after they have paid debt. But so much of the national budget goes on paying debt that in fact the budget available for education is much, much smaller than it should be. Now there's a really important effort, I think, to both call for debt restructuring and in many cases debt cancellation, and to add the voice of the government of Kenya to the global call for a UN framework convention on debt that would resolve some of the structural causes that keep countries in a perpetual cycle of debt crises. And that is something which I think as an education community, adding our collective voice to the call for radical debt renegotiations nationally and changes to the global architecture is critically important if we're going to change the resources available for education so that a 20% budget to education means 20% rather than meaning much less. The other critical factor is not just the percentage of the budget that goes to education, but what's the size of the government budget overall. Debt takes massive amounts of money away, but the other critical factor is, of course, the total size of the government budget determined by tax revenue. Now, there are some things that the national government of Kenya could be doing much better to increase tax revenues, particularly from the wealthiest individuals and companies. And the moment the tax system is very regressive here in Kenya, as it is in many countries. But there are also critical things that have to be done to change the way in which global rules around tax are set. And just down the road here today, we have the UN tax convention negotiations ongoing, which I think are really important for the future of financing for education. And we all need to, anybody who's concerned with the state of public education and financing public education needs to be adding their voice to the urgency of global reforms to tax so that the government of Kenya is able to tax multinational companies and the wealthiest individuals. Because if the wealthiest people are not paying their taxes, then it's really difficult to finance a quality public education system. So I think those are really important connections that we need to make. If we want to resist privatization, we need to comprehensively and properly fund public education, and that does mean engaging in these wider negotiations around tax and around debt and around challenging the sort of power of the International Monetary Fund, who use debt and the scale of debt as an excuse to impose austerity, leaving the government of Kenya with very little choice to expand spending on education. So let's work together to engage in those wider processes whilst also holding the national government to account to ensure that a 20% share of a budget to education is meaningful, because at the moment it is not.
Thanks so much, David. Now I'm going to turn back to the panel to respond to the questions that were raised. I'll come back for another round of questions. But the issues that have been raised in the audience are issues of ownership, issues of debt servicing, and I can see you want to respond.
Thank you so much. I'll respond to one. My brother there has reiterated on the need of us as stakeholders sensitizing the community on the need of prioritizing public education, which is very true, and I support that. We can only do that through what the Bible says, Isaiah chapter 1 verse 18. Come now, let us reason together. We need to come and have a conversation as stakeholders and move from advocating for to advocating with. I've seen so many organizations in the community, they always say we are advocating for our community. But as much as you are advocating for the community, is the community empowered? Are they aware of the issues you want to advocate for them? We tried something in Mukuru and it worked. We are used to politicians always giving us their manifesto during each electioneering period. In Mukuru, we did it the other way around. We mobilized community members and stakeholders, and we came up with what we are referring to as the Mukuru People's Manifesto. These are the issues that we want you, Mr. Politicians, to address when you are elected, and not you telling us that this is what I'm going to address when you elect me. And we had all the aspirants from the MCA, the MP, including the current Nairobi governor. We had them sign as a commitment to adhere to those issues. And we've had quite a number of community public participation forums with those leaders just to ask them that this is what you promised. The most recent one we had with the governor, and one of the things we mentioned to him is that we want to have our children to be fed, to be given school feeding programs, and it is happening. So we need to have this conversation as stakeholders and move from advocating for to advocating with the community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me add something on what David has said on the issues around debt servicing. We know that debt servicing is one of the things that is really taking much money from our national budget. Last financial year, I think we used more than 1 trillion in debt servicing, which is extremely high. And of every 100 shillings we collect in revenue, 67.8% or 67.8 shillings, that is 67 shillings and 80 cents, they are going towards debt repayment. So that tells you how much problems we are having. The other issue I want to point out is today we are being told that 701 billion is allocated towards education. And we are celebrating because last financial year it was 685 billion. So I think we say there's an increase. The other question we need to ask ourselves, that is in the budget estimates. When the actual implementation, when it is done, how much was actually allocated towards education? We need to look at what was actually spent on education at the end of the financial year. And that is where issues, that is where the devil is hidden. And the other thing I want to raise on this is why am I forgetting? Is on okay. Let me leave that. Let me go to solutions. Also, one of the things today we celebrate that our members of parliament are issuing bursaries or CDF to us, and we like it. Okay. But just some time ago, the CS, Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury, said that if members of parliament could allow 40% of what is being allocated towards CDF to go directly to schools, then learners, we would be seeing real free primary and secondary education. Why do we want to only allow 10 learners from a community where there are 500 learners to benefit when all the 500 learners can access learning for free? So that is one. The other thing is on taxing going for progressive revenue mobilization or progressive taxations. We know there are people who don't pay their fair share of taxation, which is very important for us. As we are here in the room, and I believe that is what informed the reason why our colleague there was saying not all Kenyans are paying taxes, because they were looking at only those who have pay slips. There are those who do not have pay slips, but they pay. So, but there are high net worth individuals who are not paying their fair share of taxation. We need to find how the taxation policies can include this so that we get more money to fund education. Thank you.
Noting that I have only been given 1 minute. Yes. My positioning on the same would be that for education to be broached into two, both the private sector and the public one, it's either because the government cannot do it or is overwhelmed, or rather the government is minimalist. They don't want to do their work. And strongly, I would be of the positioning, what if we never had private schools? I want you to think about it. What if private schools were never there? And I want you to also think about it from the perspective of law is both political and economic. The law that established or allowed for private schools to spring up was both under the connotation of somebody benefiting economically and political, and the political prevalence of the same. So as we go around the ability and even the responsibility put on the state to be able to grant us education, we should ask ourselves, if we didn't have private schools, would the cry be larger? Would people agitate for it more ferociously as to how we're doing it right now? Would it be that much of an issue as compared to how now people are coming out to be able to speak about it?
Thank you so much. So our panelists have talked about citizen voice and how to raise funds through domestic resource mobilization. I'll take 3 more questions from people who haven't spoken yet first before I come back. So I'll start there.
Thank you very much. Mercy, I would like to echo on what has been said by one of the panelists concerning the inexistence of the private schools. I want to say that if we had good policies in place, we would have these private schools not thriving as they are doing. Because there is, to me, I think there is lack of goodwill, because the politicians and the people in power own these private schools. And they have really worked to make them very attractive. Children have ferried from school and back home. And so they look so attractive even to the children. Some children will even cry that parents put them in those schools, because that is where they will find their swimming pools and so on. Unlike the public schools, where there is lack of goodwill, the literal infrastructure that would be needed to have these children enjoy schooling, simple things like playstations are not there for the preschoolers in the public institutions. If this were in place, and if we had policies that would discourage the thriving of the private schools, in that, if we remember very well, during Matiang'i's time as the CS for education, he had put in place something to do with time for picking up and dropping children in school. You found that he had said no school bus should be seen before 6 or later than 6. But today we have gone back to the same mannerisms of picking these very young children very early in the morning, preschoolers that go sleeping in those buses, so that the private institutions can collect as many children as possible because it has been commercialized, it is business. And Matiang'i used to say, you cannot do business with our children. But we can see in Kenya we've gone back to that because the policymakers have not been able to come with good policies to discourage this and to encourage children to be in the nearest school home, because there is quality education in public schools where I am. They are trained teachers, but lack of goodwill and good policies have made the public schools not function as they would. So I think if this was addressed and we have good policies in place, and that's why I'm happy with this engagement, because from here maybe something will come up that will encourage good policies, that we have these children also enjoy equal playing ground as their counterparts in the private schools. Also discourage the thriving of the public, the private institutions. One thing that we are seeing with the CBE, the government has done something good, supplying textbooks to the public schools. And you found that the private schools were not having access to these books because they were mainly coming from KICD. But today, the same behavior, because of loopholes that are there in our government, the private sector has been able now to have these books in the bookshops. They can access the books, and they have the books, which was not there a few years back. And people started seeing the sense of having children in public schools because there were books and they are qualifying teachers. So I think our main issue as far as that is concerned are our policies. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So how do we push policy making to focus on the interests of the child rather than on the interests of politicians or others? Two more questions, and I'd like them to focus on higher education now. You?
I will not monopolize this one, but I'm sure it might raise temperatures again. But to add to what you said, I can speak only, let's say that the question was the theme privatization of education, a threat to an opportunity. Personally, I don't think they are exclusive of each other. We need all of them one way or the other, because the issue here is about access to education, regardless of the starting point, right? Perhaps the bigger issue is, like my colleague there said, we talk about policies. I don't think, I'm not, by the way, I disclaim, I don't work for the government, and I'm a strong critic of the government. But when we talk about policies, almost certainly policies exist, but we do not hold the people in office accountable. We are the problem really in the end, because we are the same people who give them the mandate and then we sit back and wait. Like the gentleman from Mukuru said, they had a manifesto for the people they elected. And the question is still the same, where is the community? Because these children come from our communities, whether they're in private school, whether they're in public. In the end, the community should demand and hold them accountable. We can't just be saying tunangojea serikali. So I really put this across to you. Every one of us should ask, what is my responsibility in this situation? Why is it the way it is, and what am I putting out?
Thank you. The last one.
Good afternoon, everyone. Valentine Mweni, I work with Haki Jamii. For me, I think I'm just thinking out loud. When it comes to privatization of education, and in particular, just looking at higher education, I think we have seen a trend now coming back to Kenya. We have seen a trend where very good institutions that have been there that were really of high level, like I can say Moi University, institutions that were really doing well, and people even coming from private high schools would look forward to joining, since the quality in these public institutions was really nice. But over time we are seeing a shift where even convenience of doing a degree in a public university, it looks like it's hectic. You'd rather fundraise to access the same degree in a private institution, since it might take a shorter time. You know, they are financed and whatnot. So is it a deliberate move by the government? I'm just thinking out loud. Is it an alumni of a public university, and it was quite cheap back then. It was like 28,000 a year. and we were being told it was cheaper earlier. Right now, I think even a hostel, it's quite unaffordable. For the first time, they say I was seeing so many fundraising groups for people going to do courses in public universities, which was not the trend. So just thinking out loud, why is the government, is there a deliberate shift of just public institutions? And even thinking from the employer side, there was a time employers would prefer people from public universities because we know you're a quality student. Right now, I'm not sure if that is still the position, even from, you would prefer maybe a private institution over a public graduate. So I think we really need to think as a country, are we really giving the best to ourselves? Are we frustrating our students? Even if we advocate from the lower levels, when we come here, is the workforce, is it really translating to the intention of quality education? So we need to challenge the government, and I agree it's not an issue of policy. I think in terms of documentation, we have what it needs. But when it comes to the goodwill from the political side, deliberate frustration somehow.
Thank you so much. So now back to the panel. We need to go for lunch, so if your comment is 30 seconds, as Johnston said.
I want everybody to just go for lunch as you think, who is government? Number two, is it that we have become so daft we want to bring these changes and do things the same way we have been doing? Can we open learning spaces? Can we learn in a different way? The world is going AI. Is there a way we can tap into AI and make sure that everybody from whichever age learns and the learning is quality, and everybody who learns in whichever way you learn, you are qualified? Think about that.
Thank you so much. So parting shot, what can we do differently? How can we hold the right people accountable? And how can we keep the big picture in mind? And I'm going to start from that end coming down. If you could just give your final remarks, 1 minute each.
Okay, thank you. Getting to the last concern about doing things differently from the public universities and also the private universities, say academically. Number one is that we need to encourage partnership in every county to offer industrial experience in the university to gain the first-hand experiences. And I've engaged in these kind of activities whereby we have the campus activities, and then you call the students who have the innovative ideas, they have the projects, and then you find that from the setup of the Technical University of Kenya now, and I believe that every university has that privilege, that students are having very magnificent projects that they need to be empowered for. And also we have very, very clever and sharp innovative ideas that need to be escalated, empowered, so that we have we are trending to a technical world. We have a vision of a successful education, a first-hand education, whereby we are not just studying for the purpose of studying. We said about elimu bora, sio bora elimu. Yeah, so the way we need to do things differently from my perspective is we encourage partnership with the industries to get the first-hand experience within the campus, and also from the campus level, if in any case at campus level we have things that need repairs. In an institution where you have students who can do the plumbing work, there's no need to call on the ideas from outside when you have students who can do that under supervision of the specialized personnel. Thank you.
Yes, so I'd also like to add on it. Another way we can do things differently, like Ray had said, is the partnerships. Apart from that one, at the technical university, how they have tried to do it is that they have also advised students to enroll into short courses, which they don't have, some of them they don't have to pay. So like we have partnered with Huawei and some other institutions that offer those short courses. So you find that like for Huawei that we have partnered with, They are offering short courses like Huawei security, that is cyber security and computer networking. In that you find when you do those model exams and you pass them, you're given vouchers. So if you get a voucher, that means by the time it reaches the final exam for that Huawei exam, for that cybersecurity or computer networking or data science, you find that you don't have to pay if you passed it. So that one has been keeping the students engaged during this short period. Thank you.
Thank you. For me, I will say that it is a collective responsibility. Let us all have a conversation. We should not just wait on the government. And let me ask you a question. If you know that a child, our girls, they do not have the sanitary towels, what is simple? Is it waiting on the government to give them sanitary towels, or you as a person, you as an organization, as an individual, you are able to provide that sanitary towel to those girls? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Today, our higher learning institutions are wallowing in debt, very high debts, especially the public universities. And one of the things that we are noting is research has really gone down. These public institutions were initially they were known for research. And this was generating income. When they were partnering with international organizations and even regional organizations, that would bring resources into these institutions. So number one, research. We need to invest in research to support growth in these institutions. Then number two, our government should prioritizing increasing allocations to institutions. And we don't want to see what we saw between the Ministry of Education and lecturers, where students were suffering when both parties could not agree, could not come into terms. I don't know where the money has come from right now, that we've not seen a supplementary budget. So we want to see better allocations and better negotiations between the Ministry of Education and lecturers' bodies to ensure that quality learning, I underline, continues in these institutions. Thank you.
All right. My final take on the matter and the issue would be that yes, privatization is a threat. From my own perspective, privatization is a threat. And why do I say this? The whole perception, according to my understanding of privatization, is really connoted on social stratification. Today, if my parents is asked, why did you take your son to a private institution? He'll be like, I want my son to be able to access a better education. That's the only reason. There's no other reason. He just wants me to access a better education. And these private people, they can come and partner in those already present public institutions or empower other public institutions to rise and offer the same quality of education. But the whole undertaking, the whole connotation is, I want to be better. So I go back to self. We as individuals, do we want to be better than other people? Do I want to be better than you? If I want to be better than you, there is no way we will ever get an equitable educational system, because I always want to be able to be in a better institution, to be able to access better things, to be able to stand out better in the society. But if we stem down to the positioning at the point where I as an individual also value the ability of the other person to be able to access education, then we will push for a public system of education that works and works for everyone. But if you're still connotation of trying to make ourselves better or allowing me to feel that I'm better because, and I'll use the simplest example. When we were talking about Mangu High School, we said that Mangu High School is the biggest school. It has been one of the most amazing schools, and I can bear that witness. I am alumnus of the same, and it was amazing. If I would go to my friends and say I was in Mangu, it would make me feel nice because I know it is a big school, but it stems down to who I am. That wanting to be better. So I really hope and I pray as we get out of here, as we think about how to make education more accessible, can we really think about how it can be equitable for both me and the other person, not just me? Yeah.
Thank you very much. For me, in my closing remarks, I'd say and agree that yes, we are calling for a collective responsibility in ensuring that our education system moves forward. But again, we need not to forget that the larger responsibility lies with the government. And then the government, when they need us also to work with them, then they also need to place mechanisms that can support such kind of a relationship. Do they have working accountability mechanisms that citizens can be able to work with them? Do they have feedback mechanisms? Is there areas where citizens cannot struggle to access information about certain issues from the government? So for me, I would love the government to be forward-looking and drop down the Sirikali mentality. Sirikali mentality. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda, you needed to formally hand over, but it's okay. Oh, is there something that was raised you needed to address before I wrap up? You okay? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a round of applause again. There's a question that Linda gave me when I walked in. You wanted a quick update on the case, the university funding model, yes? Yeah, you can also Google it. If you go to the website of the Kenya Human Rights Commission, you'll find this, Faith, how do they update that? My role is purely advisory, and the details of how it is done there, I think she can articulate that later. But that website, Kenya Human Rights Commission actually backstops a number of the litigation that are carried out. So this is the case where if you were to search for it within the judiciary line, you'll go on Kenya Human Rights Commission, Boaz Waruku, Elimu Bora Working Group, and the Student Caucus. Those are the four parties. It actually asks that the funding model that was being rolled out was, when I say ultra-vires, the Constitution, it's against the Constitution, against the existing law, and so should have been struck off for lack of public participation, and also the fact that it brought some infrastructure which was very discriminatory. Those two very key things. And indeed, it deviated from the directive that our Constitution says the right to quality education by the children, but also the youth. So those are the parameters you'll find there. And the court agreed with us, the High Court agreed with us, and indeed stopped it. For example, we realize that is the first time students who were paying 20,000 per year were now being asked to pay in excess of 650,000 per year, or even 700. The court agreed with us that should actually not happen. And they also agreed that even a mechanism for appeals was not there. So even if, say, you felt you needed that help and you have been, that discrimination infrastructure of putting some students very able, not able, needy, and all that, it's so humiliating, indignifying. And the courts agreed with us. And so the court actually stopped that funding model. But the government appealed, the Court of Appeal listened to them, and they're saying there's a little bit of, it's a chaotic situation they found themselves in. They were given a period to deal with the serious issues that were there. For example, that appeals model. As the parties in there were not very satisfied, the Court of Appeal did us in, and we told the Court of Appeal that was not the right way to go. They had promised to have the matter heard and determined at the appellate level within 3 months. That was from May of 2025. We are now in November, and not even a date has been set. So it's like the Court of Appeal also set us up, and that is not good. So we are asking that judiciary should also rise to the occasion and defend the rights of these people. That is where we are. We expect that as soon as a date is given, We'll proceed to the court, do the submissions, and after that we hear what determination they'll come up with. Because we still believe that what the High Court determined, or what they found out and say that all this thing is contrary to the Constitution and the law, that should stand. And because of that, we're also saying there's no void, there's no vacuum. There existed a funding model that was supporting the students so well that we were not having the dropout. We were saying whoever advised the president that we change that, ill-informed him, and he hurriedly implemented it without further consultation, and it should be stopped. That remains our position. Is that update sufficient? Thank you so much. And I know there was an attempt to create disinformation around that case. Personally, because I'm the only person there as an individual, the rest are organizations. Some people were claiming that, why are you blocking us from accessing money? That disinformation should not occur. What we're trying to do was actually to block the government from charging you, the students, colossal amounts, which you cannot afford. Otherwise, thank you very much. Having said that, it's time for us to go for lunch. I'm told it should have been 1 hour, but now we're pleading that we take no more than 45 minutes, starting now. The procedures, the details of that, Johnston, please take over. I know there are some 2 small things which are remaining. When we resume, probably you'll see how those are addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give our colleagues a round of clap. We are a little bit short of time, but we'll see how to adjust. So I want us, we take 45 minutes lunch. So we walk out. There are lunch vouchers just at the desk. We are having lunch at the first floor. So you can, there's stairs, or you can use the lift, but it's just here, up here. So please, let's try as much as possible. We have quickest lunch as possible. We start with the students. Please, let's walk out. We can't grab our lunch as quick as possible. And then as you come in, so I will expect by 2:30.
don't talk about budget for education without mentioning money. I think this is delaying, so I'll just explain what I have. Now, the code, so that when you go to the National Treasury website later on, you can get the figures. The State Department for Education is given a code 1066. So when you go to the bigger 1,000-page document, just narrow down to 1066. When you arrive there, you will find the sector objectives. The State Department for Basic Education wameweka objectives pale. Those objectives also have outcomes. Yes. What I needed to do, we have just tried to get for basic education. And you can see here, this year, primary education has a total budget of 26, you see that one? Billion. Those figures are in billion. This side, the 12 billion plus 14 billion is 26 billion. So we have 12 billion recurrent. And then 14 development. Secondary education has 81 billion. And then now this is figures, the guy will tell you, did I send them to you? No. I told him what to do. He went to National Treasury website and he got them. So they're not mine. One of the gaps that I want us to see, we are talking about primary education, junior school, senior school, and secondary education that's still going. Right? So in this budget, the unfortunate part, you cannot see the money for junior schools. Because what government has done, this is primary education and secondary education. So if you're interested in finding out with clarity how much is junior school and how much is senior school. So we have children of senior school starting January, and we have no idea how much they have. That for you to get that information, an officer from Ministry of Education must explain it to you. So the question is, why are we reading primary education budget ourselves, but junior school budget we can't read ourselves? See those figures. So as we are talking about education financing, when you say primary education is 26 billion, how much do you require? So you can't go to, don't go to government table and say, budget ni kidogo, kwani ilikuwa ngapi? Government has told us 26. So challenge them and say, you are saying 26, it should be 60. So there's a meeting we had somewhere where we tried working those figures and we proposed what it should be. So when you go and say, budget ni kidogo, say how much you want. Next slide. Okay. What I wanted to show you in our next slide, what is this money supposed to do? You begin to see a very interesting scenario in this country. Primary school education, the indicator there is enrollment. So when you're talking about how many children should be in public schools, the government is saying the current financial year, 2025-2026, they're budgeting for 6.9 million. Next year, they're budgeting for 7.2. The year after, 7.5. What we know, these numbers are not all children in Kenya. So you should be asking, is your child among those ones? You know, whether you are, well, it doesn't matter the school you go to. The first thing, government should provide for you. It doesn't matter where you go to. Just like hospital. Just like water. So education is just like water. Water is for everybody. Health is for everybody. Education for everybody. So colleagues in the room, this is a challenge. Tuko pamoja? Primary school infrastructure, number of primary schools supported ni ngapi? 5 Kenya mzima. While we appreciate the money, Yes, I'm just saying, when it is written government of Japan, so we want to assume 5 is being supported by government of Kenya, therefore is 100. 100 what? Classrooms, not schools. This I have downloaded from National Treasury right now. So if you want to challenge me, I will project the website and we see. So we have a problem. So however much you say that we need more infrastructure, we need more classroom, and we cannot demonstrate that we need 10,000 and you have given us 100, we'll still get 100. You people know the number of classrooms required in your village. So bring them on. Now, number of school managers trained, you're talking about quality education, 10,000. Whereas we have over 30,000 schools, this tells you over 20,000 will not be trained. And you want quality education. Next slide. Next slide, kindly. Okay. Let's hope it comes so that we, yes. So in summary, I wanted to show you some glaring things. We are talking about special needs education here today. Now, you can see the figures. It is clearly there's some funding for special needs education. Whereas we say pre-primary is devolved, the national government still has some money for ECD. Teacher training colleges iko pale, wale wa adult education, si pesa yenyu iko hapa. School health, sorry? Adult education, 55 million, then 59. Then we have school health, nutrition, this is school meals. What I'm trying to say, you can bring it down. What I'm trying to tell you, a financing session should be figures. Let me welcome Zipora Katunga, Salome Tera, Dr. Paul Wanjoy, Jacqueline Munyi, Mercy Gatobu, and Mr. Achakcha. So, this is how we are going to do it. Karibu. This is how we are going to do it. We have been talking here since morning. The government should, the government should, the government should. So we want to ask ourselves how much. Look at your program and tell us what is the session. What is the session? Due to bias perspective on? Just look at it. 2 p.m. On? So, we cannot talk about funding without talking about money. So my panelists, please prepare. We'll be talking figures. We don't want theory. Now, each table, I'll pick one person. Since morning, what is the issue for which you require public attention on the matter of financing? Since morning. And they'll take note. That's what we want to discuss. Since morning. Ni nini ungependelea tujadiliane kwa mambo ya pesa? One, go ahead.
Oh, hi everyone. My name is Sharon Sitati, and for me, the issue that I would really like us to talk about is the issue of domestic funding and resources, because from the previous conversation, we had that a lot of money, like almost actually 70, not even 60%, is going to debt, which means we are remaining with only 40% to do our public servicing. So I feel like we need to talk about more domestic resources.
domestic funding or domestic resource mobilization hapa. Okay. Hapa.
Hello. Hello. Once again, my name is Brandon Kenagwa. So I would like us, okay, I'd like us to talk about the money that goes to the Ministry of Education, which we learned earlier that is 702 billion. Okay, I had an argument. To me, this 702 billion, it can be used to make education free, because we find that the MP has his bursary, the governor has his bursary, the MCA has his bursary. Now, my argument is, what if we consolidate all these funds that we're giving even to Office of the Spouse of the President, Minister of Education bursary, what
Thank
if
you.
we consolidate to make education
Thank you.
free?
Next table. I hope you are taking notes.
I want to hear from the government officials what is their priority when it comes to matters education. Because when you go to the public schools, you find that some have the structures, but they lack there are not enough teachers. So what is the priority?
Thank you. Next table.
Good afternoon. Our concern here is the issue of early childhood education and also human resource. That one does with the employment of teachers.
Go ahead, sir. Thank you. Next.
Feeding program.
Okay. Good afternoon. My concern is with the county government, the early childhood education. What motivation is given to these teachers? There has been issues here and there of them not receiving their salaries.
Thank you very much. Next.
My name is John Uli from St. Paul's University. My question is, if we have more than 700 billion in the ministry, then why wait for strikes, and why did it take too long for the government to solve a 7 billion case for lecturers?
Next.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Maswa Remo, and from our table, there was a concern on the special schools because being a parent to a special child, you find that even to access the exams in a normal school is really expensive for them due to the infrastructure in that school. And also when it comes to the schools for the special children, it's really quite expensive. So there should be a fully funded model for the special schools. And also, there's a question, how much does it cost the government and parents, that is to educate a student or a pupil at PP1, PP2? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Mine is just a concern, and I would wish maybe the stakeholders to elaborate on that. We have those schools that have very big numbers of learners and that the classes are full. What plans does the government have on expanding these schools, and are there funds for the same? Because you realize some schools have so many learners, and that even if there's enough teachers, the room is not just there.
Okay. So thank you very much. We will like to, I was reminded that at 3:30 we will stop because there's a virtual speaker, then we will continue if there's time, right? So I want to give some guidance so that Boaz talked about misinformation and disinformation, all these things. So, we have to excuse our colleagues for two reasons. One, the PS, Minister of Education, is not here, he's the accounting officer. So that I want to be clear. Every duty...
allow me to lay some foundation, even as I attempt to seek to answer to a number of issues that have been raised. Somebody, before we left for lunch, somebody asked a pertinent question. What is government? And who is government? There was that question. Do you remember it? And could I just get an attempt to answer that question, maybe from the podium, from the floor? Yes?
Maybe just to save on time, let's stick to the subject matter because we are pressed of time. Who is government can be answered later. Let's stick to the fact of the matter.
It dictates what I'm going to address. That is why I was going back to it.
Basically, I would rather you explain to us.
Let me just explain.
Yes, what government is as opposed to throwing it back here.
The government is you and I. So when you see me here, don't just see me as the government and you forget that you are also government. Because as a taxpayer, we are all taxpayers. It is our taxes that are empowering the so-called executive to be able to carry out certain functions. Now, as far as duty bearers' role are concerned, we are supposed to provide conducive environment that can promote education processes. We are talking about education. We are talking about access. We are talking about provision of equity, ensuring that there's equity in whatever we are doing. And that is why somebody also begged to seek to find out whether privatization is an end in itself. Is it even necessary for us to even to have private institutions? I may not answer yes or no, depending on the theme of what you're talking about. Now, let me talk about the issue of 702 billion, which somebody proposed sincerely. If this money could be used prudently, then honestly, it will make a difference. And you may not even necessarily need to ask parents to do what? To even pay fee, if it were to be used prudently. And again, let us also bear in mind that yes, we have the budget, but we also have what you call a deficit. We have challenges in terms of funding. As we speak, due to such, the government has, the Minister of Education, let me talk about the Minister of Education because I know government is broad. But Minister of Education, as we speak, currently there is even reduction in terms of capitation. Reason being that we are facing a challenge in terms of funding. And as a result, based on our priorities, I know we have the Constitution, we have the Basic Education Act that has enshrined that every child has a right to do to what? Compulsory free what? Education. Despite all that, let us also reflect on the fact that government is facing challenges in terms of a budget deficit, which may necessitate not being able to provide some of these services.
Let me just check with you. The Department of Quality Assurance, what is the budget deficit? Where you come from? So that as we talk about quality education, and you are saying the government has a deficit, let's drop the 702 billion. Let's narrow down to how much does Kenya require to ensure quality services for education. But to ensure we have quality services, your department has a budget. So what's the budget deficit for your department?
I don't want to go specifically in terms of the deficit, but let me give you some facts in terms of certain numbers. Like, for instance, we anticipate to have at least 1,400 quality assurance and standards officers countrywide for us to be able to implement, to quality assure effectively education processes. But on the ground, as we speak, we are only around 500 quality assurance and standards officers countrywide. So you can be able to see that difference. I don't want to translate.
Thank you very much. So
figures.
hold it at that. Let's proceed now to other colleagues. Take a note. Out of 14,000 quality assurance required, 1,400, we only have 500. So let's hear quickly from the other colleagues. I want us to pick the issue of special needs. Who wants to go first?
Okay, good afternoon. Yeah, I'm good. I thank God for this time. I am Dr. Zipora Katunga from Kenya Institute of Special Education, KISE, which is in Kasarani, the only institute we have in the country, mandated to train teachers in special needs, to do assessment, and all matters concerning special needs. So in KISE, basically we train teachers who are in the field. Then they come and train with us so that they can go and teach those learners with special needs. We also do assessment for our young kids, our students. The moment you find that your child is like you don't understand them, we are an open center where you bring them for assessment. Therefore, we advise the caregiver or the parent for the better placement of the child so that they can get early intervention. The earlier we identify this, the better to intervene so that the child gets maximum support from the beginning. However, this one does not always happen so. Considering, I will go back to the same government we are talking about. We have only one institution in the country, but we have trained personnel at the county level, and we still feel the county level, it's not very much to the ground. There needs to be more other officers on the ground so that they can reach like every household to have assessment. When you look around, you may think we are all upright. But from where I stand, we have issues. I don't want to call them disability because from our understanding, you imagine disability is that which is physical. From KISA, we take everybody as a special being with their own uniqueness, their own characteristics, their own shortcomings, and we want to treat each one differently so. At KISA also, we help with mobility, because we understand not only the children that have challenges, even adult disability, and everybody is a candidate to this. Once you miss, you find that you are missing out in one or two things, and more especially these days we have emotional issues that are around. We have a center there where we take care of psychosocial support for both parents and also those that are affected. You find you've lost sight at some point, you come to KISA for mobility and orientation training. So I want to applaud the government. For me, the government is doing a lot in that field, though we will never get 100%. There is still much that can be done.
How much, in your view,
yes,
does Kenya require for special needs education?
Well, in terms of numbers,
yes.
You want the exact,
yes.
With disability, it occurs every single day. You find somebody has gotten an accident, so we cannot really quote a particular quantity of staff or money, because we have special needs coming up every single day. New cases are rising every moment. So that field is like open to budget. Any budget
but
can be drawn.
This year, do you have a deficit?
Yeah, of course we have a deficit.
Of how much?
I will not mention the exact the amount. You know, money has no. Sorry. Yeah, I don't have the authority to mention the figures. What I know is that capitation, what we were expecting as an institute, did not come 100%. There was some amount that was slashed and didn't reach the desk. And we were supposed to manage the resources that are there, just like in some schools, around this country. So we were affected the same way. We didn't get exact figures that we were expecting.
So hold on it. So I wanted to now just gauge. We have the Ministry of Education and KISE, which is under education. These are education stakeholders.
Yes.
They would like to know the figures. The reason why they want to know the figures, since morning we have been talking what we need. Now we need to talk about money. Now, for us to talk about money, I just want to give some guidance. Let us take note that you have a responsibility to go and look for some figures for us to have a conversation. Tuko pamoja? So for now, we have to appreciate they may not have it with us. Those figures are available. Where I'm saying the figures are available, the presidential working party on education reforms did a comprehensive costing of what Kenya requires. And there is a figure that is on the table for which the government is not financing. So what we are saying, we know the cost of financing education in this country. What we know is not being financed. Yes. So there's a deficit. Now, someone talked about domestic financing. In my view, can you give her a chance to help us understand what you were suggesting from a domestic financing perspective to deal with the deficit, unless you didn't have a suggestion, madam?
Okay, so for me, when I was talking about domestic financing, I was saying it from an aspect of how much of our money, even revenues, is going to public debt, right? Instead of going to development. Therefore, only having a smaller percentage of money going to development. Therefore, how can we ensure that we gather more resources to ensure that it suffices to fund development? Because even right now, with the neoliberalism system that is ongoing, today we're talking about privatization of education. Tomorrow it will be privatization of water. The next day it will be privatization of healthcare, because we don't have enough resources. And when you talk about not enough resources, where do you think as a stakeholder or someone who sits where you are because you have power, where are some of the places you think we can get, because we keep talking about we don't have money, where can we source for that money to ensure that much of this money it's still doing development and not just going for the development? Do we deal away with the debts? How do we ensure that we have enough money that we are saying we don't have money? Now, where do we get that money to ensure that we are funding our public services?
Yeah, so just to come in, it's possible to suggest to government a mechanism for ring-fencing financing for special needs education. For example, we can say, when they are asking us for tax proposals, we can say that there are certain things that when you tax those things, you ring-fence that that funding to finance special needs education. We can even say, the same way we have NGAF and CDF, we can even say we want a special fund for special needs education. So we also need now to start asking ourselves, if we talk about domestic financing, what exactly do we mean? We need to start asking ourselves, do you want to say there are certain tax measures that should be specific to a specific thing? If you don't go that direction, all the tax collected will still go back to the total pool, and the question of resource allocations becomes a challenge. Tuko pamoja mpaka hapo. Now, children in the informal settlements, listening to all of us in the morning, are being left behind. And I listened to the story for the colleague from Action Aid, when she was telling us her background. When Sharp, why government finance and you are not public?
Thank you very much. For those who don't know my name, I'm Dr. Paul Wanjohi, a member of the NEC in the Abbott schools, and I'm happy with this debate. The question was, maybe put it clearer.
Why should government provide money to your schools and you are not public schools?
Thank you very much.
Yes.
One, we don't have any child who is private. They are all owned by the government. Number two, when the government is doing the planning and budgeting, they budget for all the children according to the national statistics. Number three, the children who attend the schools in the hard-to-reach areas actually come from the very deserving families, the very poor communities. And so when they join the Abbott schools, they pay very little, meaning that the directors to those schools are not able to provide the necessary facilities, the infrastructure, and the personnel. If every child was given their rightful part of capitation, their learning would be improved and the quality would be brought higher to the expectation of all. And finally, it is very important for us to understand this, that not only the Abbott schools we should get that capitation, but even the private schools, so that where a child pays 50,000, they will go down by the amount of capitation which the government has allocated to these children. Thank you.
Bwana Acha, I'll come to you. Should the government send money to private schools?
When it comes to assessment and cost of assessment, the government funds all learners irrespective of whether they're in public or in private institutions. So that's
no, what he's saying is calling for government financing to private schools. That government should send capitation to their schools. That's what I'm asking.
That may be a tricky affair, to be honest with you, because when you look at the basis of maybe some of these private institutions, you realize that some are, they're profit motivated. Some are profit motivated, a majority, to be honest. So were that not the case, then I believe government could have thought the way it thought when it considered each and every learner for funding in terms of examination fee. Thank you.
So Jacqueline Munyi, revenue. The issue of financing is coming on the table. Kenyans are paying taxes. Why is our taxes not financing education?
Good afternoon. I'm Jacqueline Munyi. I'm from Kenya Revenue Authority. I'm based at Corporate Business Center, which is in Upper Hill. So for the financing, for the funding, most of the time how the revenue will be allocated, it's the prerogative of the Treasury. For ones, because they're the ones who do the budgeting, and they
But you're collecting enough money?
Yes.
Okay.
I can say maybe for 2024, 2025, we collected 2.571 trillion.
2.5, sorry, 2 point?
571 trillion, which against now, it was 100% of the target. Yeah, which is a growth of...
Excuse me, write down, eh? we collected 2.5 trillion. Tuko pamoja?
Yeah.
We collected 2.5 trillion. Okay?
Yes.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Which is a growth of 6.8% compared to the previous year.
Which is a growth, meaning we are improving now, we are collecting.
Yeah, which I can say for when it comes to collection, there's still much that we need to do, but when it comes to now the allocation of the funds going to maybe the Ministry of Education, it's up to the Treasury.
Sorry, what Kenyans want to hear? We collected 2.5 trillion. Then you are still saying there's no money for education. Madam, what is the problem?
Good afternoon. First and foremost, I will not even answer that before I tell you that there is a very big problem. And we'll sit in this hall years to come because we don't know what we are supposed to do. When you are asking your questions, has anybody asked me about adult education? Nobody. Did you see that they get 55 million? And how much is the budget for education? Yet the policy is very clear that we should get 3% of the...
You are from the Ministry of Education?
I'm not from the Ministry of Education, I'm from the Ministry of Labor.
Okay.
And adult learning and education. So one, the 55 million you're seeing there, we were moved from the Ministry of Education. The policy, global policy says we should get 3% of the Ministry of Education's budget. When he is talking about 500 officers, in Kenya we have about 290 officers of adult education. That's at sub-county and at county. And then we have 398 teachers in the country. Then we have
Hold on, not the entire country. How many teachers?
398.
Kenya mzima.
Just listen. Listen to me.
Okay, go ahead.
And listen to me. And then we have 898 who are employed in 2010, and some have even left. Some are retiring. There's no replacement. When adult education started in 1979, we had more teachers. And what is adult education? I saw most of you say here you are the adult learners. I'm sorry to tell you, adult education caters for anybody who is not in school, even if you are a small kid and you're not in school. It is adult education that is supposed to cater for you. It is the same adult education that is supposed to cater for the parents.
Madam,
Just a minute.
I want clarity. Are you saying, if I got you right, that anyone who is not in school, even if you are a child, is adult education take care of? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Which policy?
Listen to me and listen to me. What is our mandate? To provide education, that's basic education, to out of school youths and children and the hard to reach and adults. That is our mandate. And adults.
Okay, we want to sort this out. I'm going to listen, madam. We just want clarity. You know, we live here with messaging.
Yes.
If somebody is here today,
yes,
and knows a child who's not in school,
yes,
and there's a primary school in that area,
yes,
and there's an adult education center in that area, where should this person take the child?
The child, legally, the child is supposed to be taken to the primary school, true or false? Okay. But due to some problem here and there, the child may not be fitting in that school. So where do they get this education? They are going to come to adult education. We are offering basic literacy. And one thing you should learn is this. Just a minute. Resources are scarce. And there are priorities. And these priorities, we have been told, it's Treasury that is always deciding how to give. But you've been given the public participation bit. How many of you go to public participation, talk about those children who are in the streets who are supposed to be given education and they cannot fit in the primary school because of challenges? How many talk about adult education and how many have asked?
Thank you very much. Madam, just
think about that.
Let's just some order. Some order. Madam, today, do we have children learning in adult education centers in Kenya?
Yes, we have them.
Thank you. That's what we want to hear. Bwana Chacha, why are children learning adult education centers?
That's a very difficult question, but at the same time, hello, can we have one meeting? At the same time, we normally give the learner opportunity to choose where he or she feels best or fit to study in. Though our priority will be to advise them to fit into existing maybe primary or secondary institutions.
So colleagues, we have a very serious issue here. We live in a country where we are saying here and now that some children who are supposed to be learning with other children are in adult center. Mwalimu, where should children go to school?
I am Mercy Gatobu, a deputy head of institution under the Teacher Service Commission of Kenya. This is a very unique question, but let me try to answer it in the best way possible. We have children sometimes who were not able to join school, and chronological age does not allow them to join, let's say, PP or preschool. In other instances, there are children that maybe would fit in maybe grade 6 according to their chronological age because of other challenges that they face when they join with the very young ones. We have scenarios where we have children that have been rescued, maybe from early marriage, maybe from other cultural issues, and they are brought to school. And you find this child did not get the basis that was required. So you find such children best placed in the adult education because they have that specialized attention that they are given in that area, in such a place.
So she has requested us to go for public participation. So when we go for public participation, what message do you want us to give government on behalf of adult education learners?
the only one and important information I want you to give to the government is we review the curriculum to cater for those who cannot fit in the formal education system the way she has said, so that the type of adult education they get and assessment will allow them transit into any level that they desire to go. And then they also give us funding to handle that. And you heard somebody say there, they are paid 1,000. It's true, we have part-time teachers only paid 2,000 shillings per month for 10 months in a year. In which labor law are we operating? Thank you.
So we are going to transition a bit. Are you ready? Justin, are you ready? So the figures are known. Teacher Service Commission has a 5-year plan that shows how much money they require. So when I was asking what's the deficit, it is simply looking at the strategic plan, how much money they require against the approved. Then we ask ourselves, why do you have a deficit? Ladies and gentlemen, even before you go to government to say we want classrooms, government already knows that there are no classrooms. Even before you go to government and say we want school feeding program, they already know they're not doing school feeding program. So even before you say we want so the question is, I'm going back to the panel. These things the public is saying every year, the government already knows. We go for public participation every year. In fact, next week, there's public participation at KICC. Why is it that every year citizens says the issue and we repeat them every year? Even this meeting we're repeating. What is the problem? This session is supposed to fix. So please tell me, if the PS, not the PS, the CS Treasury is seated here. So assume you're the CS Treasury. Then the CS Education is seated here. The chair of the budget in Parliament is seated here. The chair of Education Committee's Parliament is seated here. What do we want to discuss with them? We will go round and round and round. Those 4 people must give us answers. CS Treasury, CS Education, Chair Budget, Parliament, Education, Chair, Parliament. What is it that we need to tell them? Let me start with the teacher.
Priorities matters education. One.
Remember you are speaking to the CS.
Yes. All right. One, I would be grateful for the privileges that we have enjoyed as learning institutions before coming to the challenges that we are facing. One, I would say that the Ministry of Education has been able to give institutions learning materials in terms of textbooks.
That's what they already know.
They already know.
What they don't.
Yes?
You know, sorry for being tough on you. What I'm saying,
Fine, I'm okay.
giving learning materials, they already know they gave us. So that's what they know. So what is it that they don't know?
All right. One is challenges as far as training of educators or teachers is concerned. We have a big gap as far as some of the learning areas are concerned. Art and craft and music have not been taught for over 28 years, I think, or thereabout. So in the field, the teachers that have been released from the universities, from the colleges, we do not have people that can teach these subjects. So addressing the CS education, there is a gap. These learning areas should be trained, introduced in the institutions that are training teachers so that we have personnel.
Madam Kise, for our children to be assessed in good time and placed in the right
Institutions, yeah.
What is it require in terms of money? What exactly do we require? Not how much, but where should the money go?
Thank you so much. One, we would empower the caregivers, giving them information so that they take their children for early assessment and identification. Also, we need to empower our hospitals where these babies are delivered, because there is no assessment done at that time. Well, as much as the doctors have the knowledge, but there's that tendency of not telling the parent exactly this child of yours is likely to have this disability.
Okay.
We don't have assessment at the level of the hospital at early, during birth or after birth rather. So we need to have improved assessment accessible at the lowest level, not only at one point at KISE and at the county government, and equip these institutions with the right equipment for assessment so that it is done early.
Thank you very much.
And finally, I would tell the CS, it is good to make education free. They consolidate all these funds, the CDF and all these others, the women rep, all those kitties, they are put in one basket and make education free, like which country, sit in Namibia or wherever.
Okay.
We should get there, because we are almost there.
So we have an interest here in advancing adult education. So I'm trying to ask myself, do you see the number of adult learners increasing or reducing, so that the money should be increasing or the money should reduce? Moving forward, the next 5 years, in your view?
First and foremost, if the status quo remains, the number of adult learners is increasing. And one thing that I'm supposed to tell the CS is, or the government or whoever is the leadership, we should stop doing things the way we have been doing them and start to do things in a different way. And you and I, Mr. Bonyo, know, reflect methodology is the best. The solution to our problems is among the people. You are the ones facing the problem. You should sit down with these people. We discuss and you give us the way forward and we follow it. We want to do things differently, not the way we've been doing since independence.
Okay.
That's all.
Let's take note. Failure to invest in early years will mean more investment in adult education. That's what she's saying. Failure to invest now in early years will mean more investment in adult education. Revenue. What are some of the domestic financing ideas that the CS Treasury should hear, so as we sort out education financing?
Okay. Currently, the revenues raised from income tax, VAT, excise, and customs, and we have, up to date, we have been coming up with, there are some strategies, medium-term revenue strategies that are in the works that will eventually lead to an increase of taxation, but with the current environment, I think, okay, there are some things that were proposed, you all know, that were rolled back. So I think it's a balancing act.
Okay.
Yes.
Paul Sharp.
Yeah.
Next week, and please take this seriously, there's a public hearing at KICC on the budget. The PS education, basic education, higher education will be presenting sector budget proposals. If you go there, what will you tell them?
Thank you very much. The first thing is to appreciate a statement you made earlier that we've been having a lot of public participation, but the outcome is almost zero. So the first thing is for the government to invest in sensitizing the people on the need to be active during the public participation, because we might go with even good proposals, but we've done that many times to no outcome. So what I would suggest, ladies and gentlemen, is that we all need to be patriotic. That is number one. We go to the 6th chapter of our Constitution and say that even when the money has been released to any department, it must go to the rightful purpose. Without taking much time, our moderator, I would say that all of us know that a lot of money has been said to have gone to ghost schools. Some schools have been said that they have no children or learners. You wonder, where were those learners because they were being factored for? All what is coming down to us is for us to go back to patriotism, even the people who are here.
So I'm told I'm keeping you, sir, for a session. Professor Kivuta Kibwana is online. So we'd like to connect with him. He's going to speak to us, and then we'll proceed to close this session. So, Prof, can you hear us? Are you able to hear us? Can you say hello so that we confirm we can hear you? Maybe Professor Kibwana, can you hear us? Yes, I can. I can hear you. Okay. Just give us 1 second. We are trying to sort out the audio. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so for those who do not know, Professor Kibwana is confirm you can hear us, Prof? Not a problem. So I think as we sort out that, for the Ministry of Education, you may need to speak the following things as a way of guiding us. Next week, this team here may go to face the PS on a face-to-face engagement at KICC. The PS Education will be presenting the sector budget proposals for basic education, for higher education, and tertiary education. So we will be there. What are some of the key things that would like this panel, this team here, to go and engage with your boss on? So guide us. Give us wisdom. How do you want us to go and engage with your boss next week so that we sort this matter? Go ahead.
Thank you. First and foremost, I think it would be prudent for you to appreciate the much that the government has done in terms of bridging the gap in enhancing in provision and enhancing quality relevant education in our learning institutions based on the Basic Education Act of 2013. Secondly, it will be important for us also to share that we as the Ministry of Education, we have been engaging members of the public through public participation, courtesy of the county dialogues. So it is imperative for us to be able to infuse some of this feedback that we have received from the public so that we're able to address the disconnect. Like, for example, what you have seen today, issue of 100 classrooms, surely, that is a big disparity. Sincerely, we need more than 100 times what has been shared there. So we need to, it should help us engage the political clout so that they're able to see the need for us to focus more in enhancing access to quality education by enhancing staffing, by enhancing, the funding in terms of resources, learning resources. And as we factor on learning resources, let me appreciate the fact that we have been a bit slow, yes, in terms of inclusivity. But there's something that is being done. We try to adapt most of those learning materials that KICD normally develops so that our learners who are, the special need, are also will also be able to be brought on board.
Thank you.
So appreciate the fact that they have done that much, but let us bridge the gap between what the public desires vis-a-vis what the government is providing. Thank you.
Let me add to that list. Please take note. Primary schools in Kenya, secondary schools are not generating annual financial reports. County education boards are not generating annual financial reports. So the money is going to schools, and the money is going to the counties, and parents have no idea how the money is being used. So we need to tell the PS that our schools are not giving us annual reports. The county directors for education are not presenting, like Nairobi County, for example, those who are from Nairobi. I want to challenge you. Go to the county director for education and ask, how is the money for Nairobi County from national government being used? Nobody has that report. The Ministry of Education at national level, even today, cannot tell us with certainty how the money is being used. Now, refer to the following documents if you want to know that we have no idea how the money is being used. The Control of Budget publishes quarterly budget implementation report to tell us how much money was used. But the Ministry of Education is not publishing what the money was used for. So the controller of budget will tell us this amount was used, 90% expenditure. But the Ministry of Education cannot tell us what the money was used for. That's how bad things are. Annually, the 2024-2025 annual financial report, budget report from Controller of Budget, will show you how the Ministry of Education spent. But we have not seen any report. So why are we a country where the annual budget implementation report is released ahead of what was done? So the money is spent. The Controller of Budget does that because the law provides for a specific date by which the Controller of Budget must publish a report and take to Parliament. But the law does not provide for a specific date for the Ministry of Education. So unless we fix that, you will never access education data in the manner in which you want. So you must say the same way in which law was made to ensure Controller of Budget reviews budget implementation and publishes a report 3 months after the end of the quarter. I mean, it's I think 45 days, I'll check. We also want to say the Ministry of Education should publish quarterly report, and that quarterly report should be taken to Parliament. So we have MPs discussing expenditure, and they're not discussing output and outcomes. That is a message that, Bwana Officer, please take seriously. So Kenyans are saying, we are paying taxes. This taxes is being used to finance education, but we have no idea what the money was used for. What we know, our children are going to school. As to whether they're learning or not is another matter. Number 2, schools have no water. We are telling children, wash your hands after visiting toilet, but there is no water. Whose responsibility is it? Where should the budget for water for school be placed? Is it the county government to take water to school? Is it Ministry of Water? Is it Ministry of Education? Unless we fix water, no learning is going on. The toilets are very few. Na zingine zimejaa. That's how bad things are. And your quality assurance department, so you know what I'm saying is music to a ear. So, but this thing should be said. So please go to KICC and say them the same way you are saying to him. And I told you, we have an opportunity next week. The issue of senior school. Our children are going to senior school. They're going to senior school in January. As at now, there is nowhere where we are seeing senior school, this is the amount. Transition from pre-primary to primary is a challenge. We cannot discuss education without discussing pre-primary. So in future, we need to be telling county governments to sit together with the Ministry of Education. Pre-primary school is the same compound as primary school. Si ni kweli? Si watoto ni kweli? Unaingia gate moja, hapa ni nursery school. Hapa ni class 1. Then you start separating our children. These ones have a feeding program, these ones do not have. These ones have a teacher, these ones do not have. They go back to the same house. What are we doing to our children? Are we together? So we have serious issues. Accountability. The Auditor General has no capacity to audit all schools. They just sample. So colleagues, we have a problem. When you read the Auditor General's report, it is not all schools. They just sample. The big animal in the room, why are parents being forced to pay? Tomorrow, when schools open, you will be told, bring 1,000 shillings for this, bring 5,000 for this, bring 600 shillings for this, and then you say education is free. That's the conversation citizens want to have. And this is a conversation that's about money. Can I close it at that so that we allow, are you now okay? So when we close the session today, the rapporteurs who are here, I'm recommending, please have a separate summary of financing issues. Specific, you can do a template. You can just say, this is the issue This is a recommendation. We are only making recommendations to 4 people. We are not going to say the government. We are going to say this CS education, this CS treasury, this CS, are we together? So we are not going to say the direct education. No, we are taking the matter where it belongs. This recommendation, CS education. This recommendation, CS treasury. This recommendation, budget chair. Are we together? Because the guidelines for preparing the budget has identified those people by responsibility. The accounting officer is the principal secretary who reports to the CS. In a situation where the principal secretaries we feel they're not giving us what we want, the CS speaks to the president. So if the CS does not respond, where do we go? Where do we go? So let's say we are upping our game. From today, director, hatuta kusumbua, tutaenda kwa CS. Tukishindwa hapo, State House. Don't go round. Don't do what? Don't go round. My brother, can I finish? Yes. So thank you very much.
Finally, I want to add something small, kindly.
Yes.
Any nation that wants to grow has to have a foundation. Our young students in PP1 and PP2, they are not well taken care of. One, the teachers that are supposed to teach them, we pick the lowest quality for a foundation for our whole nation like this. And they are poorly paid, not motivated. And yet, they do the motherly duties of looking after our babies as you go to work. My question or my comment to CS is that we invert the game. The highest qualified, the best paid, they come to the foundation,
Asante.
and we are left with the others reducing as we go up. I don't know whether I'm making sense,
Very well.
but that's how I wish it's done.
So my brother there wants to say something. Okay. You want to speak again? Okay. Okay, very well. So, thank you very much. So as we conclude, there's a question that was sent to me. Is there a kitty to support children that are placed in different schools? So you can respond to that. Then Rapatua's take notes. The guy is raising an issue of education in emergency. So we need an exclusive way of presenting the data and the budget for education in emergency. So kindly, 30 seconds each.
Okay. Can you? Okay. Okay. For me, what? Kindly repeat the question.
Any closing remark that you have?
I would like to say, maybe to conclude and support the importance of education. When it comes to taxation, a more educated population will mean they'll understand what taxation is all about, and we'll have more people coming into the bracket, and even people will be enabled and yes, earn income to pay taxes. So I would say that yes, I support that education should be empowered, and it should be bettered for the sake of our future and our economy.
That when you talk education, remember adult education is education, and those children who have dropped out, those ones in emergencies, they have already passed the age level for CBC, so they belong to adult. So they better train and get adult funds so that we can teach those children and they can now join the formal education at a higher level. Thank you.
Thank you. Let us all sensitize the masses on the need of transparency and being accountable, so that even the resources available are going to be adequate to all. Thank you.
Let us expose our young ones for assessment so that we identify early and we place them in the appropriate places. Let us remove corruption in our systems. Let us have free compulsory basic education as it is in the Constitution.
My request is to employ more tutors to decongest the classrooms. Employ the ECD tutors so that they are also motivated and feel that they belong to this nation. Let there be capitation for ECD so that they are at the same playing level with the rest of the school.
Allow me raise some pertinent question. Just allow me to answer very fast. On the issue of flooding and those who are affected, I may not have fact at the moment, but we're going to follow up with our colleagues who are in charge of the sub-county so that we're able to address that. Secondly, as a ministry, we are really geared towards enhancing accountability. And let me assure you, the issue of ghost schools and ghost learners will be a thing of the past. The ministry has been working around the clock to clean the system. It may not take one day, it may not take 1 week, but we're in the process to ensure that our systems are clean, our monies are accounted for, and our learners get quality education. God bless you. Oh, there was one more question. Is there a kitty to support children that are placed in different schools? This may not be very clear. Yes. I believe government has factored such under special need education because there are schools that are integrated, there are schools that have special units. We have schools that are specifically special need schools or special schools as such. So that is our point of focus because we cannot leave maybe resources in vulnerable.
Let me explain. Every child must have what we call individual case management plan that shows all the needs that child requires. It will show the health-related support, the psychosocial support, education support. With an individual case management plan, different players can support that child. That is the responsibility of the Directorate of Children Services. So the chief must liaise with the Director of Children services to capture that data fast. As to whether the funding is available and enough, that's another matter. Thank you very much, and you may have your seats. So, as we conclude, there's a question that I've been given here. Kenyans, and those who are not Kenyans, for example, in the room, if you are a Christian and you read your Bible every day, the next thing you are supposed to read every day is a constitution. The third thing is a budget. So the same way you read your Bible is the same way you read the government budget. If you don't, you'll never know to know the figures. The budget figures are not disaggregated in the manner in which you can see the money for your village. You don't even see the name of the school in your village. So the budget is consolidated at the treasury level. If you want details, you must literally engage the sub-county director of education. Prof, can you hear us now? Prof, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you very much. And as I hand over to you, you are touching on the matter education financing. So as you talk about
We can hear you.
on, we still pursue education, and of course, this is an issue where we have many graduates from the universities that we have many of them, and it's always not the case that they are able to access employment.
sophisticated them. The Constitution is clear on where the rights are, who bears the burden of ensuring that the rights are promoted, protected, fulfilled. And so that is indicated. It also diagnoses, delves into why is public education not working as it should have been. Goes into the element of financing, resources available but being misused. It goes into the element of policies being created, but implementation is a problem because nobody follows up to ensure compliance. It borrows heavily on the surveys that Limo Bora through its agencies have done, like the illegal levies which are put as barriers to children accessing quality public education in our public schools. And so many, those levies are quite a number. It borrows heavily on the decapitation, where instead of giving more, less is given. And indeed, it makes also direct recommendations on what needs to be done. But in summary, the conversations we've had here is more like people are also privy to the conversation we've had before that informed the development of this policy paper. And indeed, it is saying that where there are gaps in terms of delivery of public education, then that is when people opt for the private education system. And with that, I think we've realized that this work needs to be escalated. The various stakeholders need to be consulted so that they become also vanguard and overseers of ensuring compliance. Because in Kenya, ideally we shouldn't be talking about the law, because the law is clear on what needs to be done. But our public officials should also not be allowed to operate outside of that law, because that is what is causing lots of the injuries that we have around. So that our children are dropping out, some are not in school. I think the figures already had been spoken about. That allocation is always huge, but we don't see it going to the schools. And our teachers, the numbers are not adding up. We do not see adequate numbers recruited and deployed to those schools. Indeed, some levels, including junior schools, are having challenges of adequate financing. So with that, I think that summary probably gives you this, just whetting your appetite on what the position paper is about. And we thank you for the audience. And through Johnston, I think you'd be able to look at, maybe share with him, and then he'll be able to share with everyone else. Unfortunately, we haven't produced a printed version, but the online one should be sufficient for us to engage in that conversation. I've utilized 4 minutes, isn't it? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, boss. Now, we are coming close at the end, so don't get tired. I have a gift for each and every one of you, because you have been so nice, patiently waiting. So don't give up, don't walk away, because nobody will pick your gift. So we want to do the last exercise, which has 2 parts, and it will take the shortest time possible. We agreed as we started, this is a journey, and it's a journey that all of us we have to walk, and it's a journey of commitments. So we have drafted a very simple manifesto which we want to work with. So I want to take just a few minutes to read through, and then there's a small exercise my friend and my colleague will ask you to do. We've distributed papers on the table, so don't read them first. Just listen to me so that you can give attention. As you will be doing that exercise in the next 5 minutes, I will also be setting another exercise here which we will conclude with. And then I'll give you your gift. You will go home so happily, and make sure you show people on the road. So, the Nairobi 2025 Public Education Manifesto. Yes, can you project it? Is it possible? Okay, I will read. So just allow me to read. You will have a copy. We'll send the copies because we'll need some feedback from you. Adopted at the first national convening on the privatization of education in Kenya, threat or opportunity to equity and inclusive quality education for all on 12th November 2025 at Switzerland Lenana Mount Hotel. Preamble. We, the education stakeholders of Kenya, civil societies, organization, learners, teachers, parents, union, religious leaders, government representatives, and partners gathered at the first national convening on privatization of education in Kenya, affirms that education is a fundamental human right, a public good, and a shared responsibility of the state and the society. Our demands. We call upon the government of Kenya to, 1, recommit to education as a right, not a commodity, by ensuring education is provided equitably as a public good, accessible to all without discrimination or exclusion. 2, prohibit practice that commercialize education and undermine equity by strengthening the oversight functions to prosecute offenders. Second demand, increase and protect public investments in education. Under this, we are asking the government to allocate at least 20% of the national budget and 6% of the GDP to public education financing in line with continental and global commitments. Ensure that at least 15 to 20% of the education budget is directed to development expenditure, that is infrastructure, research, teacher development, innovation, and technology. Expand the tax base and ensure just progressive taxation to sustainably finance public education without a special focus on improving the teaching and learning for special needs learners. Demand number 3, strengthen monitoring and capacity in the Ministry of Education. Build and equip the institutional capacity of the Ministry of Education, that's Teacher Service Commission, and related agencies to plan, absorb, and fully utilize development funds. And also establish a robust monitoring and evaluation mechanism to ensure efficiency, transparency, and value for money in the education investment. Demand number 4, strengthen accountability and transparency. Publish education financing and expenditure data at both national and county levels. Sensitize citizens and stakeholders' participation in education budget oversight at the school level. Enhance the capacity and empowerment of parents, teacher associations, the board of management to effectively exercise their oversight roles on education resources. Provide training, clear mandates, and accountability mechanisms so that parents and the community representative can serve as active watchdogs against mismanagement, ensuring funds reach the learners directly and are used for the intended purpose. Demand number 5, regulate and monitor private actors rigorously. Ensure standards that protect equity, quality, and child rights in all private institutions. Ensure private actors complement, not replace, a strong and inclusive public education system in line with the general comment number 7 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. Number 6, prioritize equity and inclusion. Direct public investments towards marginalized communities, learners with disability, and children in vulnerable contexts. And secondly, ensure early childhood education and special needs education and secondary transition are fully resourced by the state. Our collective commitment as stakeholders in this room. As educational stakeholders, we pledge to, 1, defend the right to free, quality, and inclusive education for all children in Kenya. 2, hold the government accountable to its constitutional and continental obligations. 3, amplify the voices of learners, parents, and teachers, ensuring that education policies respond to their lived realities. And 4, challenge the unchecked privatization of education and advocate for strong regulation and safeguard the public interest. Our call to action, as Kofi Annan said, knowledge is power, information is liberating, education is the premise of progress in every society, in every family. We therefore demand that the government of Kenya urgently strengthen the taxpayer's social contract, invest equitably in public education, and regulate private providers to ensure that privatization does not become a threat to equity and inclusive quality education, but rather education remain as guaranteed as a right for all Kenyan children. We seek education justice now. Equity in the provision of education is overdue. Education inequality is a violation of the rights to education and a subjugation of Article 43 and 53 of the Constitution of Kenya. So that is a summary of the deliberations that we've had here. And I want to give Kira the mic to give you a small task, because I don't give gifts to people who have not worked.
That's quite a threat. Hello, everyone. So we hope that this reflects what you've heard and what you've thought throughout today. However, a small task, otherwise no gift, apparently. We would like you now to, in a moment, when I say go, to, at your tables, have a quick discussion, 5 minutes, about one thing that you would like to highlight from this document, or from the day, or that you would like to add, something you think is missing. And we are asking you to come to a consensus, if possible, at the table, but only one person from each table will be giving the microphone to speak, and they will be asked to report back only one thing, because otherwise we will never go home. There are too many people in this room. And when you do this, I would like you to just reflect on who have we heard from a lot, and maybe try to give the microphone to someone we've not heard from a lot today. So if there's someone at your table who has spoken a lot, put a muzzle. And if there's someone we have not heard from, please make sure that they're the ones who are forced to speak into the microphone. Is this clear? Yes. All right, 5 minutes. 3, 2, 1, go. Two more minutes. 1 minute. All right, the countdown has begun. Decide who's going to speak, what the 1 point is. All right. All right, I can hear the discussion is rich, but some of us would also like to leave this room. So I'm going to have to ask you to focus in the back of the room. Focus towards the back of the room. If you hear me, clap once. If you hear me, clap once. Thank you. I didn't even need to clap twice. Great. Wonderful. All right, this table, who's going to mention one thing? This lovely lady is going to mention one thing, and if you haven't decided, then you get to pick. Please stand up.
Hello, everyone. From our table, we have decided that something that has not been included here, it's about peace, mental health, and well-being in education. Thank you.
Very good. Applause, please. And it's good both because it's something new, it's something relevant, and it was really short. All right, next table. Who's going to speak? This gentleman at the back. Stand up, please.
Hi, everyone. My name is Joe Moneki from Lash, Kenya. From our table, what we have been discussing and we have been wondering since morning, we have been having very rich discussions, and we are wondering where are those discussions featuring in this document.
All right. All edits are welcome. And this table?
So for us, we had a question. Point 2, the last bullet, it says expand the tax base. So we were asking, from these conversations, we've already seen that maybe there is an assumption we need more tax. Can't we first do number 4 and then go back to number 2, the last bullet?
So strengthen accountability and transparency before more money comes in. That's an interesting one. Okay, good point. I will say, as long as Kenya pays, what was the number? 67 point, my friend from TISA, 67 point something? 0.8% of whatever comes into your government's pockets goes out to debt servicing. As long as that happens, your tax base is not going to be sufficient. All right, at the table.
So we also have a question about the health fund in the boarding schools. What if they don't have money? Do they pay for it, or do they just sit there in pain or something?
Good question. I do not know the answer to this. Does anyone very quickly know the answer to this question? What happens in boarding schools with health? If you don't have money, then what happens? Does the school pay? What happens? Parents? The parents. Good question. That was not easy for people to answer. Okay. And at this table, you ready? Someone's going to answer. Someone's going to question. Someone's got a comment. Who is speaking? Please stand
up. Good evening. So on our table, we have a comment. We have some comments about the whole day, the whole conference. And first, we acknowledge that the relevant stakeholders in the education sector are well represented here, and that we can agree that while it's the government that creates and implements policies, they are heavily influenced and shaped by evidence from the work done by organizations such as those represented here. So the question though remains that we do have the policies, we do have the politicians to implement the policies, we do work very hard as Kenyans to pay tax. So, but someone earlier in the day, Valentine over there, mentioned that the policies do not get implemented. So for us as organizations represented here, what can we do differently to make sure that we influence these policies to the end, so that we can see the impact at the grassroots, at the community level, where the true test of equity lies? Yeah, so what can we do differently as advocacy organizations?
I think that's a very big question that perhaps we can't answer here, except to say this is perhaps a good start, because the more you are together, the more you speak with one voice, the stronger that advocacy also is. So find each other, find your friends, find your allies is always my best advice. But good question. Maybe next year we'll have to spend some more time making kind of concrete plans on what to do, collective action. At this table, ladies and gentlemen, who is speaking? You are. All right, perfect. Thank you for being voluntold to speak.
Is it evening or afternoon? Habari zenu? Yes, my name is Ivan Kibe. I'm a journalist. I work with GBS TV. So, what is not captured is about education disaster management response. Sorry. Yeah, what is not captured, what we have noticed is about the disaster management response in education sector. And going to that, I understand that in both national and county assembly, they are allowed maybe to spend between 15 to 20% in disaster management. So when we talk about the disaster, but this is not the personal, is my view. But now when we come to disaster management and response, it is not clear maybe in which sector is just wholesomely 15 to 20% should go to disaster response. So my concern will be, as the education sector, do we need maybe to demand from the budget that the Ministry of Education get, can we have also another sector, maybe 10 or 7% from the docket of the education sector? Thank you.
Great. Or maybe since the education sector is missing money, we should ask for an increase. But yes, disaster risk management is important. Sorry, I'm now going to step in front of a camera. At this table, here you go. Please stand up.
My name is Damaris Lubanga with Pendekezo Letu. For this table, we had 2 points that we noticed had not been included in the manifesto. The first one is strengthening emergency response policy. It is quite similar to the previous speaker. However, our view was the children who have been displaced by floods and other natural disasters, including inter-community conflict areas, practically where are they going in January? Our example was Elgon Marakwet, the landslides that have been recently happening in that area. Those children have no place to go. The second point that we noticed was for strengthening accountability and transparency. That is point number 4. We need to have a mechanism for financial management reporting so that the community can be well averse with reading these reports so they can be able to understand them. Because we can have point 1, publish education financing expenditure data, but the community does not know how to interpret the same. Yeah.
Well done. Clap and applause. I will say that was a sneaky way of getting 2 points in, but since they were both excellent, I allowed it. Now at this table,
Thank you. As a table, we picked point number 6. We decided that it was necessary for us to emphasize, there's need to emphasize ECD learning. We need a strong foundation. All learners need a strong foundation in regards to education. Then we also felt like there is still a lot that needs to be done in regards to out-of-school children. And in terms of, as a country, we need to relook on how we program for out-of-school children to ensure that they are not left behind.
Very good. Applause. And at this table, who is speaking?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lichina Ann. I'm a sign language interpreter. From our table, we are highlighting on the strengthen accountability and transparency. Like, we really need transparency. Like, from the recent report, we saw that 2.5 trillion, we collect 2.5 trillion from KRA. So, and recently we also had lecturers strike. So we want to know, education is an emergency in Kenya. Education is a basic need. Why is it that the government is really, it has the 2.5 from KRA? Meaning they have to give a transparent way on how the money is being used so that we don't have blame games. Yes, thank you so much.
Very good. And last but definitely not least, this table? Yes.
Hi, I'm Foz. I want to talk about adult education is missing, and this is because we assume that everybody is learned. Do you know that our parents, some of our parents don't have that knowledge? Some of our classmates or our age mates are not even educated. Kindly let's encourage our age mates, our grandparents, our parents to go back to adult education so that they can get the information to be, at least to be mentored, to be made aware that everything is happening in Kenya, and they must know, because without education, there is nothing our parents, our fellow age mates who failed to get education can do without being educated. So adult education is a key thing that should be added on that form, kindly. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Before I hand it back to Shizanya for the last little exercise, which even requires you guys to stand up and potentially go outside and get a cup of tea or coffee. I just want to, I think on behalf of all of us, thank Each Rights and especially Mr. Johnstone's Shizanya, who's not paying attention to me, for bringing us all together today. So I was hoping we could give a round of applause to them, please. He hasn't even noticed it, so you may have to do it again. Johnstone, we are applauding you. Okay, let's try it again. For Each Rights and Mr. Shizanya.
Thank you, thank you. So we are almost there. We are just moving towards the edge. Now, because you have been sitting for long, I want to give you some exercise. We said this is commitment and it's all of us. Whatever we are discussing here, we shall compile that report and I will take it personally to the ministry. I will drop a copy to the PS. I'll drop a copy to the CS. I'll drop a copy to all the duty bearers that. Yeah? Yes, we'll do that. We have some connections there. So we'll push it, make sure we get it to the Committee of Education in Parliament. So that's a commitment. So I've put a very nice page, blank page here. And this blank page is for all of us. We said we are going to do the manifesto, and we've come up with the manifesto. I will be asking for those feedback you've given us from each table. Just write the statement behind that page. I will collect them. We are going to include in that document. Then We want your signature here. So we are not going to ask you and follow you. Oh, send us your signature. Can you sign on this? This is physically, we are finishing with you here. So you will come here. I have very beautiful mark pens here. You will sign here to show that this is a talk we are saying and we want to walk this talk. Okay? So you are free to write the name of your organization. You are free just to put your signature. So it's at your liberty. So this will form part of what we'll put on the annex on the report, together with our banner with the logos. And if you have not sent us your logo, you can still send us your logo. We shall be able to add. Because we want to have, it's not a blame game. It's not a blame shift. It's a collective responsibility that we need to talk as we hold those responsible accountable. So I want to invite you, and because you are so many, we shall move by the table. So we'll be inviting table by table. So we'll start here. Come, put your signature here, go back and sit. Once you finish, I said I have a gift. So we'll give you a gift. And before we do that, I will invite one of you. I will tell who the person is to come and give us the closing remarks. And then we'll get the gift as we walk out and take tea. And then you will be free to hang around and network or go home. And because there is traffic, don't go. You can hang around and network. Thank you. So we start with this table. Please walk here. Choose your color. Put your signature here and sit. Let's do as quick as we can. Just come, all of us. The whole table. You have a writing script. Kalamu ndio hizo. Feel free to write the name of your organization if you wish so. If not, we'll still put the name when we have the logos. Try to write a bit big, but make not too big because we want everybody to sign. Those who are taking photos, this is the moment. Next table. Yes, please. Yes. Next table. You've signed? Good. You've signed? Next table, next table. Quick, quick, quick. Hawa wamesimama haraka. Just hong there. Aya, kimbieni kama ninyi mmesimama. Kimbia, kimbia, kimbia. Ai, wewe ukimbi. Yes, if you can remove your shoes or if you have clean feet, you are free to walk and right there. So usiandike mwisho useme mimi nimenyimwa nafasi. Naweza toa kiatu kanyake hapo, uandike hapo katikati kuna nafasi bado. Hi, next table. This is very symbolic and I will tell you where it came from. And please, the feedback from each table, just write it at the back. That feedback you gave us, put it at the back so that we don't forget it. I will collect so that we can be able to incorporate those statements. I will pull. Next table. Just throw it there. Leave it there. And it's also exercise. Next table.
Well done, Hafsa, getting it all the way in there. Photos, there are a whole bunch of people writing at once.
Yeah.
This is very nice.
Yeah, so beautiful.
Oh, next table.
Next table. Ndawapea kazi bado. Nataka kuwapea kazi saa hizi. Ninyi watatu. Once we finish, nataka muende hapo mbele mnisaidie kupeana certificates for participants. Yes. The three of ni nyingi. We want these people, so sitaki mtu mmoja achoke. Next table. Zimeisha. Next table. Yes. I will be the last one to sign the biggest signature. No, once they finish, we want to give the certificates for participants, closing remarks. We are done. And this is the last exercise. Once they go, we can leave here a bit late. Lazima nihakikishe kila mtu ameenda. Yeah. Next table, you can start walking there. So once we finish signing, I'm saying once we finish, we'll keep the certificates and then invite you to pass the closing remarks. And the least table, not the last, the least. We can go. Certificate is easy?
Yes, this one.
Naomba hizi sasa. You guys, I need you to go and sign, put your signature there to show that you are here.
Where?
People are signing in front there, so all of us, we go and sign. You have to put your signature. Yeah, all the tables are done. So please, I will stand here and wait for you for all these things. So put your signature and come back as an evidence that you are here and you are part of us. Yes. No, we are giving the certificates. What certificate yako to show that you are here?
Sio utanipea, utaniletea tu.
Wacha tumalize tufunga. There's nothing remaining.
I was heading somewhere.
Sawa.
I was heading somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah,
yeah, because now nataka wapeane certificates.
Keep for faith, keep for me, and on that way.
Sawa.
That's okay.
So, Patch, back your chair. Yeah. Thank you so much. Umesign?
Nimesign.
Nimeita wanaita nasaitiana tu. Okay, now the last one. Have you people given me the feedback on those pages at the back? Can one of you collect for me, please? Okay, I want to invite okay, attention please. Attention. So I said we have a gift for each one of us. So I have prepared a very nice gift for each one of you as a sign of being good participants, good students, and good citizens who are ready to walk the talk. If you don't walk the talk with us, I will come for my certificate. That's a condition. So I want to invite our colleagues here. They will be able to help us issue the certificates to the participants. How do we do it? So, yeah, just read the name.
Okay, congratulations, Ray Orek.
Ray, come forward. Let's be as quick and swift.
Michelle Muteti, George Mandi, George Muteti, Michelle. Papa. Oh, they're still talking.
Orek, that's Orek.
So there's Orek.
Yes, he's here.
Oh,
Taifanya haraka. There are over 100. Muteti Michelle. George Mandi. George.
Nandi, George.
Nandi, sorry. Hilary Kiprop. Elijah. Elijah Bonyo.
Elijah.
Johnston.
Wenye hawana unanipea tu hapa.
Na Johnson. Gilbert.
Come here. Nyoroshe picha.
He's not here, so just
Lois Mwaniki.
Stella Kaviti. Elijah. Just Elijah and he was coming yesterday.
Oh, okay. Elijah, yes.
Elijah.
Victor Nina.
Lois. Yeah.
Victor Nina.
Victor. Lois.
Angela Wangeshi.
Lois Maniki. Lois Maniki is there.
Angela Wangeshi. Agri.
Namisi is not here. From
Victoria.
yeah, you go.
Victoria. Angela
Victoria
Macharia.
and Dembesa. Dembesa. Ah, she's there.
Angela Macharia.
Angela Masharia.
Cornelius
Oh yeah, you go.
Gaudens Were.
Caudens Were.
Were.
It's
Paul
not there.
Wanjoy.
Paul Wanjoy is there. Rogers Kidia is not there.
Beth
Wambui. Wambui Beth.
Michael Kiarie.
Michael Kiarie.
Lucia Mutungi.
Michael.
Lucia. Lucia kuna. Anne.
Name? Hmm?
Richina.
Yeah, Anne China. She's here.
China. Kiki Stacy. Kiki Stacy.
Stacy. Stacy Kiki. Ah, she's coming.
Elijah.
Stacy's there.
Mwangi.
Mwangi.
Roslyn Onyango.
She has left. She has said we pick it for her. So just.
Mwangi's coming. Boaz
Waruku?
Waruku.
Ah, yes, just left. He wants. Just left.
Mwajuma Swale.
Swale Mwajuma. She's there.
Nifoze Esther.
Yes.
Foze
Esther.
Esther. Felix Pilipili.
Felix Hot. Come, Felix. Kimberly.
Fiona.
Ndio huyo anakuja.
Morgan Mackenzie.
Morgan. She's
Kelvin Waithaka.
Waithaka Kelvin. Morgan. That's Mackenzie Morgan. Kelvin Waithaka is here. I bring Zipporah. Ah, good. Douglas, okay, yeah? Douglas, okay, yeah? Seems is not there.
Sally Manamara.
Charlie Charar. What handwriting? Angela
Wangeshi.
Wangeshi. Angela is not in. She's Mark.
Florence Koki.
Charlie McNamara. Oh, Charlie, yes. She's there.
Salome. Salome Tera.
Yes, she's there.
Boniface.
Yes.
Boniface.
Charlie's there. Charlie is there. Boniface Opanye. Boniface. I saw Boniface around. Has he left? Oh, ah.
Marcelina Waitaka.
It's not him.
Thomas Ochieng. Ochieng Thomas.
He's there. He's there.
Frida
He's coming.
Tinda,
Coming.
yes.
Thomas is there.
Alpha Mutunga.
You got to.
Alpha.
Alpha. Pachu Ibrahim. She's out there. Pachu.
Daniel Musioka. Musioka.
Is there.
Flora Mushiri.
Flora Mshiri.
Flora. Lisa Odiambo.
Flora. Oh.
Lisa.
Lisa Othiambo. She's not there.
Gift. Gift Mwema.
Gift Mwema is there. Ijait. Where are you?
Jacqueline Munyi. Jacqueline Munyi.
Jacqueline. Ah, she's there.
Kira.
Oh. Yeah, she's there.
Linda. Diana.
What? Diana Karuku? I'm just, yeah, she's here.
Mary Joku.
Mary Njoku, can see her back there.
Evans Kibe.
Evans Kibe.
Banis Kimani. Banis Kimani.
Evans. Oh, Evans here.
Banis is there. Valentine Onyango. Valentine. So Kira and you would handle. Seth Kabiru. Wanjohi. Seth.
Says Kapiru Wanjohi.
Alpha Mutunga.
Oh, Seth's there. Coming. Ah,
Seth.
Seth. Oh, yes. Yeah.
Majina ngumu.
Alafu hii wakaweka small letter.
Alpha is not here. Valentine Mweni.
Mulwa. Valentine Mweni Mulwa. Mercy Kishengi, she has left, but her colleagues are here. They can pick for her. I can pick for her. Mercy.
Chantel.
Chantel Onyango.
James. James.
Is here.
John.
John Monye. Yeah.
Regina.
John
Mutie.
Monye is coming. Yeah. It's the child with the stripe. Wacha amchukulie. Ako hapo nje. Yeah. Wacha amchukulie. Oh, anataka kumleta chukua. Regina is here.
Munira. Id. Amina.
Amina Munira Idi. John who? Huyo ni the student hapa. Huh? Victor? It should be here. Just a moment, we'll check. Yeah, we called it. I think we called Victor somewhere.
Lucy Wambui. Lucy Wambui. Branton Kanangwo.
Can just move here and just bandage. Branton Kanyang. Branton is there.
Kiplimo.
Kiplimo. She's there. Yes.
Mararas Emmanuel.
Emmanuel.
John Muli. Umefikiwa sasa? James Kaigai.
Kaigai. James. Emmanuel.
James. So James, you have Paul.
Paul Kinyanjui.
Paul.
Awori Achoka yuko.
Rose Mwangi.
Rose Mwangi.
Gabriel.
Ludenyo.
Karani David.
Rose Mwangi hayuko. Just bring this.
Karani David.
David Karani. Karani was somewhere here. He should be out on the phone. Tom Ogada. Tom is there.
Judith.
Ndunge. Judith. There.
Mercy Kature.
Mercy is there. She's coming.
Mercy is here. Noah Adipo.
Noah Odipo. Noah. Ni Odipo. Nafikiri ni ile handwriting.
Washington.
Acha nimpatie ama nilita mtu ampatie.
Sasa utanipatia
Acha mimi nimpatie.
Nipatie.
Alafu mimi nimpatie.
Jennifer.
Jennifer, she's there. Yes.
Dora.
Kitala. Madam pale. Yuko. Yeah, that's what. Hiyo inauma ulimi.
Dora. Nini?
Ija ite lete yuko. Kwa kwanza print mbili moja.
Karani David. Karani David.
David Karani is here. Like kwa meeting.
Is my governor.
Yes, utampelekea.
Boaz Waruku.
Boaz Waruku. Boaz lete.
Lewis Nyaundi. Lewis.
Is Lewis in? Later.
Peter Nderitu.
Peter Nderitu. Peter Nderitu. The last guys come and take for Peter Nderitu. I think they changed the name that already printed. Peter Nderitu.
Douglas, okay.
Francis.
Peana hiyo ya Peter Nderitu. Peana hiyo ya Peter Nderitu. Nderitu.
Douglas Francis.
Maiki Francis is there. He's coming.
Douglas hakuna.
Douglas hakuna.
Good evening. Good evening once again. Can I say God is good? And all the time. And especially today that we have had this wonderful conference. Mine is to just make concluding remarks. I am Reverend Father Peter Mbaro. I am working at the Catholic University of Eastern Africa in the Center for Social Justice and Ethics, where we deal with programs regarding peace studies. And I will say that I study here as a product of both public education and private education, because I did my primary school and secondary school in public schools, and then I went to the Catholic University, and later on I went to a faith-based university for my doctoral studies. So I am proud to say that the two wings produced me, private and public. So there is no way that these two wings are in conflict. What we have had today is that we are all advocating that education is a basic right for all. At the same time, it is a public good. We are committing ourselves through this conference that we have had today to become advocates of this truth, that everyone deserves this education that is an equalizer in our society. And we have said that, and we have repeated that several times, that no one should be left out in our society. That is the only way we can guarantee that social justice is upheld. We have even underlined today the point number 3, that the duty bearer of fulfilling this requirement is the government, supported by the citizens who contribute to the revenue through taxation. The government has the principal responsibility to guarantee education for all. And therefore, we have heard throughout our discussion today that the obligation of the government is 1, to recognize, 2, to respect, 3, to protect, and 4, to fulfill this right to education for all. However, we have heard throughout this day that when there is a gap and when the basic value expectations of the citizens is not met, then privatization of these services are taken by individuals as well as corporates and organizations who become non-state actors. Today, we have even said, as point number 4, that we are committing ourselves through the manifesto that we have formulated as participants in this conference. And through this manifesto, we have even said that we are going to become more committed in advocacy for this education that is going to bring equalization of all in our society. Mine, after making those remarks, is to move a vote of thanks to all those who have made this conference, the first of its own kind, to take place today. And first, thanks to Almighty God. We planned and it has come to be. Let us appreciate God that He has enabled us to be what we have been and what we have achieved today. We move a vote of thanks, recognizing the great effort by the organizers. Each Rights, that is East African Center for Human Rights, led by Johnston Sishanya and the team. Can we clap for them heartily? Let us applaud them. Let us applaud them until I say stop. Okay, now you can stop. Thank you very much. And then also the able partners, Action Aid Kenya. Let us appreciate them as well. Then Oxfam, we cannot forget their able contribution. Let us appreciate them. Then we appreciate the Ministry of Education and other state government agencies or state agencies. Let us appreciate them because they have done us proud. They did not shy away. They came and answered questions that were put regarding equitable provision of education. Let us appreciate all various stakeholders that were here present, the CBOs, the FBOs, and all other members of this audience, parents, teachers, and all who are identified and advocated for good standards of education throughout the discussion. Let us appreciate all the stakeholders. Let us even appreciate the great number of our audience, and they are the consumers and the end users of our education services, the students. These students shared their experiences, shared their dreams, shared their aspirations. They also shared their frustrations. But one thing that touched our hearts, they shared their hopes. Let us appreciate those students again, both in primary school, secondary school, and universities. Let us finally express our thanks to all of you, because I may not be able to mention everyone in particular, but all of you who graced this conference with your physical presence. Let us all raise up our hands. Can you salute the other person? Tell that person, thank you for coming. If it were not for you, it would not have been as successful as it was. Thank you. And then we would like also to appreciate the online audience. There are so many people who are following this conference online. Can we also salute them wherever they are? We tell them, we appreciate you. Thank you very much for supporting this conference. And I always say, when I'm given a chance to move a vote of thanks, I say, I may have forgotten you in one way or another. Can you raise up your hand? Can you raise up your hand? All of you now, even if I have mentioned your name. Can you place it on your shoulder? Tap yourself and say, thank you for coming. Asanteni sana, God bless you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. In Kenya, we don't get tired of saying thank you, and in Africa, you can say thank you until tomorrow. So we have come to the end of very important day, important function, but it's not the end. It's the beginning of the journey. As we said, this is a conversation that we are beginning. So please, when we reach out to you so that we can work together, we can keep this momentum, please respond. Let's soldier on. We can't give up because you've heard the voices of the children, the voices of the youth, the voices of the parents, and the voices of even our brothers and sisters in this room whom we look at as stakeholders. So we can't blame them, and I say it, we are not raising blame shift. We want to work together. So as we live here, that's my call to each one of you. Let this spirit be the beginning of the journey. Next year we'll make it much more bigger, and we'll have it for 2 days so that we can have a conversation where people can share, can speak, and we can walk the talk. Thank you. So please make sure you have signed on all the forms there. There's a form for transport reimbursement. You will be receiving your transport reimbursement either by Friday or Monday. In Action 8 is going to send you. So if you have not signed, please, the ladies and gentlemen at the desk will be able to guide you. If you have not signed on our participant list, please make sure you signed. Are we together? So I want to wish you all the best. And I want to thank you all for coming and being so patient up to this time. I know it's late, but it's for a good cause. So thank you so much. If you have not had a cup of tea, we still have chai iko kwa wingi. Usikimbie kwa jam. Thank you.